Yes. Okay. Do we have sound? That's the question. Did we bother to check sound? And then I closed that so I can't. Okay. I knew there was something I forgot. Let me see here. What's up, Blaze? Where's the Yes. Channel. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yep. Yes. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. Punch Ninja, what up? Welcome back 60 months. 5 complete rotations. 2 childhoods in a row. 18 months in a row. Thank you so much for the continued support. What's going on, Punch Ninja? In the house. How's it going? 60 months. Sextadoobs. Right? Yeah, that's right. Math. That's maths. What's up, Monday? How's it going? Thank you, Punch Ninja. Appreciate the continued support. Indeed. Indeed. Ads. Gosh. Okay. Anyway, what's going on? I thought we'd just check out some stuff, you know? I think the template's done. So I think we're to the point now where it all depends on me now. I think. We'll see how that goes. But as far as I know, from what I hear, it's time for me to take a little responsibility for my part of the process. I listened to Shostakovich's 10th Symphony as conducted by Herbert von Karajan, and God, is it great. It is so great, especially the second movement. The second movement, he absolutely tortures the flutes. And you think, why is he torturing the flutes? And it turns out the flutes, I guess, are the only instrument in the winds that can do legatos like they can. All of the other reeded instruments, the reeded woodwinds, it's much more difficult to do longer legatos because you have to let out air and then you have to take air back in before you can start your next progression of notes. And with the flute, it's all goes out as you're blowing on the flute, so then you're ready to take in air immediately, so you can do longer runs better or something. It's technical, you know. Now this is an interesting situation because so is the version you made of Euphoria earlier scrapped and you're starting again? I wouldn't say that it's scrapped necessarily. By the way, what's up, Markel? How's it going? It's not scrapped, but I'm not going to work on it right now because it's on the old template. And I want to start getting going with the Berlin violin stuff and seeing how that goes, or the Berlin string stuff. And also, I think probably what I'll do from working on that session for a couple days is probably take on some smaller, more directed sessions over the next few streams on figuring out how this stuff works and what sounds we're getting out of what we're doing. So I was thinking today, maybe doing like a short phrase, like just coming up with something and just exploring the different articulations we have to work with Berlin. I still have all of the other string stuff. So like I still have all the Spitfire stuff here. It's all right here, ready to go at any moment. So that's good because the Spitfire stuff is an actual full symphonic orchestra. So there's a lot more violins And you can hear that. In the Berlin stuff, there's less violins. I can't remember how many violins there are specifically in the Berlin stuff, but the trade-off is that in the Berlin stuff, there's way more articulations. And you can sort of get away with the fact that there are less violins if you mess with the ambiance of the room, a little bit of the reverb in the room, and you mess with the articulations. It's not that bad. And what I have found in my brief research into the subject is that a lot of stuff that you hear of orchestral music, it's so produced and mixed now that the violins are actually sound like, to me, like they're brought up a lot in mixes. They're really lifted up. And so even if it's a smaller section, you can just make it louder and it'll still sound like violins, you know? Of course, there are nuanced opinions inherent in that statement that would have to be debated and truly could be explored in a myriad of possibilities. But at the end of the day, these are here just in case we need them, in case we need the huge section. But it's pretty cool because these are all the longs and these are the shorts, and we'll see with the Berlin stuff. There's a little bit more going on. So yeah, but no, it's not scrapped, but it might end up being scrapped. I don't know. We'll see. Well, thanks for stopping by Monday. Thanks for saying hi. Have a good night. We'll see you later. It is late. It is after midnight already. My time. Okay. So, yeah, I do believe I set up a hotkey for bringing in a piano because I think that may be the way to do it. So, track template, alt/, that's right. So if I'm right here in the violins, I had a bunch of pianos set up in each section, and I found that I would rather have less tracks than more because there's already so many tracks in this. But it's kind of silly to like add more in every section to like have a piano scratch. So I think if I hit alt/ here, there you go. It just adds the piano in. Perfect. And so then we can just figure out something. So violins like D. So yeah, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. So I think 80. 80 sounds good. 80 seems to be like a very much visited upon tempo. So something like oh God, I got to get that global thing set up. I have it set up. I can't do it live on stream though. There's too much risk for failure and it wasting time. But there's this plugin called like Global Sampler that I think I installed it, but I haven't done any testing on it yet because I keep thinking, oh, I don't need it right now. I'll do it later. And like right there, I would have loved to have had it because I liked that lick. I'm gonna have to try to remember what I just did. But it's basically a recording is going at all times, and it's going across the top of the session. And so any time that you do something that you weren't recording but you liked it, it's just there. Like it's the master track and it was recorded right there, and it can hold as much as you want, like the last 30 seconds, the last minute, the last 5 minutes, as much as you want, as much RAM as you want to dedicate to it. And you just literally highlight it and grab it and then drag it into your session and it comes back in. And I could have just listened to that again and figured it out because I kind of liked that. But anyway, it's something like I don't remember what it was, but I liked it. Like Shadow Play for audio. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Measticles. Did I say hi to you? Hello, you just rolling in? What's going on? I like that. So in this situation, I suppose we could do like 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if we turn step on, I guess what I could do is just play the whole thing. So like but then I have to go through and mess with the notes that we wanted because da 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 da. I don't think I have snap on. I think all three of these are going to be. This is so slow. Like, this is not the way I should do this. I should figure out a way to do this way faster. Well, I mean, what you do is you need to do hotkeys for note length. Yeah, hot length. You need to figure out hot length. So what that means is we need to figure out setting the note in the grid right here. So there's the grid lines, which are all here. But then there's the setting the actual note to if you're doing step input. And step input is basically like you're not recording in real time. You're just hitting the notes and then they appear on the grid. So in the MIDI, this is going to be in the MIDI editor. So in the MIDI editor, set note length. Yep, set note length to, I have no hotkeys for any of this stuff. Dude, I have so many hotkeys. So it's like, what do we want to do then? I guess we could use the number pad. I could use the drum pads on the keyboard. What are the drum pads on the keyboard? Let's see here. So we'll go back to piano. I'll open up this. This is cool. There's a MIDI monitor plugin, so you can just see what MIDI's coming in. Although there is the issue of not knowing what the what is it? MIDI logger, I think. Yeah. So let's just have this input be the axiom. Okay, so the axiom's here. So if I hit these drum pads, you can see. So B. So they're notes. Interesting. Okay, but so you can see a couple of the pads here. So I could set them up on CC values. And then it could be like eighth, quarter, 16th, 32nd, whole, half. That'd be pretty cool. Because, I mean, that's all you need. I could also do it here. But I'd kind of like to leave these pads as they are for production. Yeah, I like the idea. Because I never use those pads over there for anything. So what you have to do in that case is show PTZ up. Yeah, we're on the wrong preset here. Can we get down to the desk, please? Those are the pads. Can we get over to the keyboard, please? No dome cam, please. Okay. All right. So what you got to do is you hit the pad, and then you go to edit, and then you do control. Okay. So this is D2. And so what we're going to do is we want to change this to a CC value. Now, when I am producing strings, what's up, Nikita? When I am producing strings or anything on the orchestra, we're going to be going in mostly usually with the Axiom, which is this white keyboard right here. It's going to accept all channels. I need to remember which channel these buttons are. So all of these buttons are automation recording buttons, and they do a lot of stuff in Reaper. And I'm trying to think. I think that what they are is their channel 1 CC 127 down to something or other. So what we need to do is I need to see. The bummer is that I don't want them to do anything right now in Reaper. So I'm going to do this. Okay, cool. So if I exit and if I hit this button here, this is button 1. And if I go edit and I go control, okay, so it's channel, it's the group channel, which I think is channel 1. So it's CC value 127. And then CC, I can't figure out how to. Okay, so if that's 126, 125, 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119. So we'll do 118, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. So we'll start with 111, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 111 on the pads is what we'll do. So hit the pad, hit edit, hit control, then you go down, and this is going to be a type, and the type that it's going to be is a CC value. Now, it's going to be a CC value plus, because what happens is if you just do CC value, it'll do an on and an off. So when I hit the button, it'll do CC value, and then when I release the button, it'll do CC off of that value, and so then Reaper will think that I've hit it twice. So you have to do CC value, you have to do a CC plus, and then it just iterates in velocity every time you hit it. If this doesn't make sense, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. Side view. Actually, I should have stayed there. Show PTZ up. Show PTZ up. Star Wolf. Welcome back 14 months. I wonder why I set it up this way that it won't just overlay over whatever camera's on. I have to have it so it's set up for the camera we're doing. And I don't know why that is. And I don't have the motivation right now to even try to start looking at that. Dude, via Twitch Prime, no less. Nice, real nice. Thank you for the 14, breaking a second seal into a second rotation. Much appreciated indeed. Much appreciated indeed. Rabbit hole dodged. Yeah, I'm not doing that now. There's so many things to do. Alka comes in the Discord the other day like, hey, imagine this system of giveaways where it does all these features and things on a server database. And I'm like, TLDR, maybe soon. Show PTZ up. So 111 to 118 CC plus. So we're already there here. And now I'm going to go down to CC channel, and I'm going to go to 118. 118. What, right? No, 118 is the last one. I mean, I guess I could do it that way because I've been going backward everywhere else too. 119, then do 118. Yeah, let's do 118 that way. So 118, and then you just exit. You just exit out of here. Hit the next button, edit, group, and then we go down to type, and it's going to be CC plus. I love this keyboard so much. What I really love about it is that it's like old now, and so if this thing ever breaks, this thing actually did break. This the pitch bend broke when I went to TwitchCon in like 2017. The case that I got for this to take to TwitchCon was like a millimeter too narrow. What's the word I'm looking for? Not narrow, but you know what I mean? It was too crunched. And it like crunched something inside the membrane or something in there. It like pulled the plastic or something, and it broke this pitch bend. And little piece of trivia, I didn't know that when I started producing Fire. And so the first 3 songs of Fire are like all off by like 3 or 4 cents because I used this keyboard to record the initial tracks on those 3 songs, and they were all like slightly sharp. And so like I kept thinking like, why am I singing so flat? And then like I would pitch it, and I would start to notice that when I was pitching the vocals, I would have to like pitch them too sharp. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And then I like finally narrowed it down. It must be the keyboard. And then I looked in the pitch bend information, and it was like a real-time view of the pitch bend, and like without it being touched, it was going like 2 cent, 3 cent, 2 cent, 3 cent, 3 cent, 3 cent, 2 cent, 2 cent, 3 cent. So something broke in it on TwitchCon, and it was pitching everything up. So that was kind of interesting. So anyway, I turned that off, and so the pitch bend on this doesn't work anymore. But so if this ever really breaks, though, if it like breaks really bad, like where it's like it's really, really bad, like if a key ever stops working, then what's cool is this is pretty old, so I could get one on eBay for like $150. So at least right now you can. So hopefully it doesn't happen, but if it were, that'd be okay because I love this keyboard so much. I can't see myself ever using it. This keyboard is so awesome because the keys are like, they're super like not weighted. They're not like a total synthesizer keyboard where they're like not weighted at all. They've got like a little weight, but it's not like a piano weight at all. So you can play drums on them. You can like, but at the same time, it's like they're not so sensitive that you're gonna like, if you're trying to play like chill piano on it, it's not gonna like blow up in dynamics. I used this for piano like the first 2 years I streamed. Right? Yeah, 15 and 16. It's at most of 17, probably 2.5 years. And I remember whenever I would be playing piano songs and I'd have to go down, I would have to hit the octave button to like play the next like section of the song and stuff. So funny. Good old days. All right, so that's 117. Button 2 is 117. And then button 3 is going to be 116. What do? We hit edit, then we hit control. Then we go down to type, and we go to CC plus. You could do CC minus 2, it doesn't matter. And then we go to 117. Wait, is that right? Where did I start? 118, 17, 16? Am I on 16 now? I should probably stop talking and actually do this because I can't even remember what we're doing anymore. So it's like, that should be 118. Okay. This. And you can't, the only bummer is that, yeah, it won't let you just change stuff while you're in the menus, but I guess that's, oh, wait, did I hit the right one? Because that says 118. Edit, control. Oh, I messed up. Because this is supposed to be 117. Okay, exit. Button 3 is 116. Whoops. Button 3 is 116. Okay, cool. And exit out of there. Button 4 is going to be 115. Edit, control, down. Text stream. What is it going to be? It's going to be 18, 17, 16, 15. All right, exit. Okay, 115. 114 is going to be this one. We're over halfway now. We're halfway. 114. 114. Okay, exit. 113. 113. Type CC plus down to channel 113. 113. And then 112. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. All right, 112 and 111. Edit. Type. 111. Cool. Exit. All right, so we should be good now. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Now, we should have just seen that. Oh, yeah, I turned that off. So now if I go back, I don't know why that turned on. Did it record enable? MIDI, Axiom. And now if we hit this, it should be It's definitely different stuff. It's never right, you know, when you it never looks right on the MIDI thing because MIDI uses codes that like uses some kind of like binary or trinary or some kind of hex situation or something. I don't even know. Okay, if we go back to Reaper now. What we're looking at here is, so when I'm looking at these buttons right here, I'm thinking probably what we'll do maybe on here, because it's going to be eighth, 16, 32nd, quarter, eighth, 16, and 32nd probably is what we're looking at. And then whole, half. I can go into a triplet grid. I wonder what that means. If you go into triplet, we'll have to see what that means. Because, yeah, it'll fit correctly when you're in triplets. Because when you go into triplet on the grid, it does fit correctly. It adjusts it. Okay, so set note length to quarter. Using current note length division type. I don't know what that means. Anyway, let's add this, and then we'll hit this button. Ta-da! And then set it to eighth. Add. Hit this button. Ta-da! Set it to 16th. Add. Hit this button. Ta-da! Set it to 32nd. Add. Hit this button. Ta-da! And now holes. Hole is right there. We'll go ta-da! And then half right here. Oh, there's triplets there. It does have triplets. Ta-da! Okay, so can we just set to triplet? Set note lengths to grid size. Set time length. Set note length to half, to double. Oh God, I should have just done this. I should have just done note length to half and double, because then you could just easily do all of the note lengths. Dude, I should just have note length follow the grid, because I already have that on F1 and F3. Dude, if I do this, that does that. Now, will it let me? Let's see here. Add, so what does it do when I hit F1? When I have F1, it halves it. It doubles it when I hit F3. So when I double it, it hits F3. Will it let me do that? Oh my God, it let me do it. And then I add this F1. So now it's not doing it though. What if I do this? Okay, that's interesting. And I'm in the MIDI editor, but it's not. Oh, so it doesn't do it when I have the MIDI. F1 and F3 do not work for that. And it's not even working for the note settings either. That's weird. Huh. Now, what if I hit this button? Oh, these aren't working. I should have probably run these before I tried it. Oh yeah, it's not working. Why isn't it working? What if I just run it? It doesn't work. Okay. So it must be setting my insert note lengths. So what this is if you have a note selected and you hit these. So we'll just go ahead and remove these. So ridiculous. There's so many settings in Reaper. You got to remember to like make sure that you've covered all your corners and your bases and your bookends before you do anything, because it's like what you're looking at probably is some obscure setting that you weren't thinking about, and the actual setting you want isn't what you're looking at all. Although I don't like how this set note length. Oh, is it set note length double half? Actually, yeah. Well, set length. Set note length to half. Next inserted note. Grid, straight, preserving, triplet, preserving division length. Dotted. Set tuplet, set minimum display, nudge length, note length. Okay, so I guess it will be this then. So for one, I'm going to do this. And now if I hit it, does it? Okay, there you go. That works. Cool. And so for half, it'll be this. And then for, what did we say? Quarters? Eighths? 16th. and 32nd. And there we are. Okay, so, but yeah, too bad we can't do doubles and halves. And then I can set the grid to triplet, but I guess I can't, because I think if I do, I think if it's Alt G. No, Alt G shows and hides the grid. What is it? Set grid type. I think this is in the main though. It is Alt G. But in the MIDI editor, that's turning the grid on and off. See, in the MIDI editor and the main window act differently depending on what's highlighted, what's focused. So if I find the shortcut Alt G, it's going to find toggle grid. So let's get rid of this, because I don't think I'd ever want to toggle the grid ever in this way. Anyway, let's see here. Oh, an SM7B, the go-to, the gold standard. The gold standard in radio and podcasting. I've used them before, but yeah, I've never had one. I would have always liked to have had one. Never owned one, I should say. Yeah, I'm definitely going to want triplets. That's the thing, is I'm definitely going to want triplets. So right now, I think if we just insert set note triplet, let's see, set length for, okay, set length for next inserted note triplet. If we run this, what? Okay, that's weird. It's doing something super strange over here. It's like changing them to like these weird grid divisions. 8/27ths. I mean, that's kind of crazy. I want this to change to triplet. That's what we want. So set grid type. Now, if we run this though, yeah, see, it set the grid to triplet, but not the note insertion to triplet. But if, so right now, so if we go to 8th note triplet right here, and it says it's an 8th note straight is the next inserted note. So if I hit this, yeah, see, it put it over the triplet size, but it inserts it the right way. So it inserts correctly, but the actual length of the note is weird. Huh. So if I'm say I'm at a quarter and I'm hitting it, it's putting in eighths. And then if I want to go to quarter, I hit that, and now it starts putting in quarters. But it doesn't care about the grid division, especially if there's triplets. So if it's legato, that's good. But if it's not legato, or if it's longs, that's bad. So it's probably best to have it so it actually sticks to. The note length should just stick to the grid. Like, I wonder if that might be an option. Let's see. MIDI editing behavior, maybe. Move edit cursor. This is going to be like MIDI. Snap tempo change events to hold beats when importing MIDI files. No. Appearance. Ruler and grid. Media. Access main program grid. Access main system. Access. I can't remember what he says in there. He says like 3 different things. Access program grid. Access main program. What I want is the insertion grid to follow the main grid. Insert. How about that? Let's see if that has anything. Automatically add envelopes. Do not add additional points. Set target track. Empty space. Allow trim MIDI items when splitting. Prompt MIDI items. Always prompt for MIDI import. Allow drag import. You know what? It's probably here. It's probably going to be in here. So like options, snap settings, snap, soft snap notes, always snap to the left, snap note ends to grid, snap notes relative to grid. Inserting, time format, single note, drawing or selecting note sets the new note length. Drawing or selecting a note sets the new note length. Huh, that's cool. Automatically correct overlapping, MIDI editor, mouse modifiers, view, piano roll ruler, piano roll time base. Jesus Christ. I swear to God, I'm going to have a heart attack live on stream. That's how I'm going to go. That's how I'm going to go, dude. All right. At least you didn't break the screen. Could somebody fix the screen, please? Side view. Thank you. Notation view option. No, that's for notation. Contents. Media item lane track list. One MIDI editor per project. Behavior. Open all. Okay, that's the other thing though. Options when using. It would be in here unless navigate. No. Edit. Insert notes. Insert note. Split note. Join note. Set note ends to start of next note. Legato. Yeah, that's without a doubt. Okay. Well, it would be here, I guess, but I guess it would be in the options. Sync editor transport. Use same grid divisions in arrange view and MIDI editor. Yes. Chase MIDI note on. Use F1 to F12 for step recording. Use all MIDI inputs for step recording. Huh. Wonder what that means. All right. MIDI editor. Flash MIDI editor keys and track horizontal grid lines and CC lanes. Okay. Default shape, display empty space, prevent mouse edits of single one behavior. Using active MIDI file selection change to MIDI item. Selecting visibility, editability, clip edit, ragdoll, delete, selection, avoid double clicking, opacity. Nope. Okay, so note length. Set display advance one using current note length. One using current half the current note length division type. Oh, that's interesting. So that's just another way you could do it. Display. Set length for next inserted note to the grid. So that's what it was at. So are you telling me that if I am at the beginning and I um I gotta remember how to set grid to triplet though. So in the MIDI editor, set grid type to triplet. So if we run that, it does run it. Now it's not a toggle though. We need to toggle triplet grid. Nice. Okay. So I guess, what did I have it on the main editor? I have triplet. Okay, Alt G. Okay, so Alt G is toggle triplet grid. And then in the MIDI editor, toggle triplet grid, I should also make Alt G. So no matter what, it's triplet. So now triplet, triplet, triplet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. So that's there. And so that's literally it. So I didn't have to do any of that. So that's how it goes a lot of the time, actually. So if I set length, and let's just get rid of all this stuff. I'm glad I did that to the buttons though, because now we have 8 buttons that we can set to hotkeys. And that's going to be sick. I'm totally going to fill those up, I'm sure. Okay, so now what it is it's set to the grid. So now I have my function keys. It's changing the grid. And then I have Alt G if I want to change to triplet. So if I do like, if I'm on 8th note, I forget even what I was doing. But if we're here, we go like, then we change to quarter. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay, now I just need to remember what I was doing. That's what it was. So it is. Dun, 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 dun. 1, 2. Yeah. Now I have a hotkey for undoing this because you can't just undo because the cursor doesn't move. And I think it's F8. Nope, that's some articulation something or other. What is that? Pfft, I don't even know what that's. I don't even remember what that is. I must have built that years ago. Is it F5 maybe? No, that's the selected effects. So this is in the MIDI editor. Undo. Set grid. Oh, I could change that then. Like, is it go back or something? Oh no, what is it, dude? I wonder if I put it in main. Toggle float selected effects. Reduce number of points. Oh yeah. It's funny, like you just forget like what hotkeys do because, or wait, was it F2? No, that's reset all MIDI. Of course, that's reset all MIDI devices. Yeah, it's so funny. You don't think about like what hotkeys do until like you're using them, if you know them. Because it's like, of course, F2 is reset all MIDI devices. I use that all the time. I hit F2 all the time when something's being weird. But what am I looking for right now? I'm looking for undo in the MIDI editor, which it's like, I forget what it was called. Oh, wait, what's that? No. It's like go back or something. There's so many, dude. What was it? Delete last note and move left. Oh, it is F8. That's weird. Okay, so it is F8. All right. So here we go. F8. Da 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 da. So uh 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 uh. I guess you could do F8 and then make the grid shorter and then hit it again. Oh, da 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 da. That's right. That's what it was. I changed it, so it is actually this. Nope. It's the other way. Except that one's longer. So this one's like a half. And then it's back to eighths. But that one's a quarter. Whoops. Ooh, that was dangerous. Da 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 da. No. So this is a quarter. Oh no, that one is no. I can't believe how hard that was. I can't believe how hard that was to think in real time about the actual lengths of the notes, as opposed to recording it and then quantizing it. Recording it, playing it, and quantizing it would have been so much faster. I'm wondering, like, if I just have this weird feeling that doing this, like learning this way, will in the long run be more efficient. And it may not feel faster in the moment, but it'll like be more efficient. Because yeah, as I start thinking about more complicated lines that are difficult to play in a long form period, or like a long form phrase, like phrases that I'll make mistakes really easily, if I can do it slowly without like, changing the tempo and then hitting record and then trying to record it one pass through perfectly and then editing a bunch of stuff and quantizing. If I know the idea of the phrase and I can look at the keyboard and then just change the note lengths as I'm going, it's like the likelihood for errors will go down over time. And so I'll get to a point where it's like I can be way more accurate, even though in the moment it's a little slower, but we save the time on the back end because I'm not going to be doing all this retaking and editing and messing with stuff. So yeah, I think I should try to do it this way and get fast at this way. But the fact remains, the articulations is the whole point of where we are now. So I think, what was it? It was Alt F1 will center everything on the screen. So if I move down here, and we want staccato for these. Da 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 staccato da 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 da. So let's see what that sounds like already. Oh, because none of the other ones are assigned, everything's doing staccato because it doesn't know what to do for the other ones because they don't have anything. So you have to do it all the way through. So then that would be da 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 da. So I would say just yeah, like what's the short? I guess short, espressivo short. And then this maybe marcato? Where's marcato? Martelle. Is there marcato on this? There might not be marcato on this. Sustain soft, sustain accented. I mean, I guess we could do a sustain accented. Let's try sustain accented on that. and on this. And then on this, we're doing Expressivo short. Where was that? I already lost it. There it is. And then it's Expressivo short. And then on this final note right here, let's do something fun, like a tremolo. All right, let's see what that sounds like. Okay, I want to bring it down an octave. I need to center it again. And then we need to, this is too slow. So let's go like to 100. All right, and so now we need our trusty notification of what articulations we're actually using. So what are these again? These are Expressivo shorts. And all these are, right? I think all these are. I need to remember to select notes by themselves too, because it only shows me the last selected note, I think. So that's staccato, right? Oh no, this is sustained accent? No, that needs to be staccato. No wonder. I was wondering, Expressivo short, yeah, staccato. And then whoops, this should be Expressivo short, right? Yeah, and this too, and then this is trim, and then this is, let's do this on a sustained accented. Okay, so trim, Expressivo, whoops, staccatos on both of these. Expressivo, staccato, sustain accented, Expressivo, Expressivo. So that's a little continual, but that's okay. Okay, so now let's see. Oh, that already sounds pretty nice. And there's like no dynamics whatsoever yet. Like, and that was fast. I'm not having to like drag it to different tracks. Wow. Nice. Okay, so the Expressivo short, that's cool. So, I think on this one, this sustained accented should be a like a swell. And I know there's like a cool swell thing. Where is it? Trills. It's crescendo long. It might be crescendo short. But there's like a different one. That's not it's not crescendo. It's like a different thing, but we'll try that for now. And then the tremolo here is okay. Maybe decrescendo short. Let's see what that sounds like. Now, see, this is the only thing that I feel like is going to be a drawback about this library is that we're at a faster tempo now, and this crescendo short is what it is. It's what they recorded, and I don't think you can speed up time on these. I don't think that there's a way to like go into the performance options. You can do vibrato, and yeah, there's the mixer, but that's it. I mean, there's no other variation for like timing or anything. A lot of their libraries do have timing changes that you can do, but not this one. Which is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. It'd be cool to be able to do a quick, to be able to do like crescendo and decrescendo the way you want to do it, the speed you want to do it. I mean, the only way to truly do that is if we were like, if I feel like maybe at some point I could get to this point where what you would do is you would select, whoa, what's going on with our grid? Get rid of that marker. How did that marker get there? Okay, so what you would do is you would select this, and then I think it's Control Shift R. Yeah, so it's Control Shift R, and so now that's a stem right here. So I can like squeeze it. I could squeeze it myself. So it's like I could see down the road maybe, but then at the same time, because it's too short, it's like you want to maybe like elongate it. Turn snapping on. Is snapping off on here now? The snapping is linked between my two windows. Okay. And so like maybe turn that on and then mute this, and then maybe instead do this as a bounce from this track. And so now if I remove that, and then if I tab this, so then you would just bring this in one, bring it here, unmute this, bring that back to here, but mute it, and then unmute these. And then now you do technically have a faster crescendo. Yeah, but even the vibrato sounds weird at that when you squeeze it like that. But I guess for that crescendo patch, if we go to crescendo short and we go to option performance on crescendo short, yeah, there's no vibrato or anything that you can do to it. So that's the only bummer, is like with the effects, it's going to be difficult to time them. Now there are other things, though. There are other effects like the repetitions and the measured trills, the runs, everything else you can affect time. So I'm not too worried about it. And then also it's like, with so many of this stuff, this is technically a recorded crescendo, but really you could do like a sustain right here and then just do the dynamics on it and it would behave as a crescendo. You know what? Maybe we'll try that anyway. Maybe we'll do accented sustain right here. Well, not an accented. We'll just do a regular sustain because we don't want it an accented sustain that has no dynamics on it and then to raise up. So what happened there? Why did it get changed? It got changed back to sustain, and I thought I only selected this one when I hit sustain. And now that one's sustain. Interesting. Is it because of where the edit cursor is? Like if I turn snapping off and I move the edit cursor, why isn't the edit cursor moving? Here, and now if I hit sustain and I make this the staccato, and then I make this sustain, and then I select this again. That's sustain again. Weird. I mean, I am going to have to figure out what's going on there. That's very strange. Very strange indeed. We're still going too slow, dude. Is it because it should be at like 60 and those should be 16th notes? Probably. But let's go to like let's see if it was 60, then yeah, let's go to 90 and then I'll just squeeze the whole thing down. What's cool is I can just easily squeeze it like this. No, not like that. We want snapping to be on. Is snapping okay? I just made that snapping functionality with both windows and it might get kind of weird. It shouldn't. Cool. Hey, look who it is. C-Nows. Welcome back 56 months. Welcome back 56 months. That's a lot of months. All of them in a row. Do you know, do a 56 months because streaks do when they say and they do. I know exactly what you mean. Thank you for the continued support, man. Much appreciated indeed. Indeed. Zaj, what's happening? Isn't that just the fundamentals of learning, taking it slower, being more methodical? Sure, I'll take longer, but once you run through that process, it'll instead turn into muscle memory. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. That is a very, very good point. Do we have a sub-gift? Care of Belays. Care of Belays! Yes! Zaj, you just got a sub-gift. Care of Belays! Yes! Care of Belays! Yes! That's weird. Oh no. Is my stream labels busted? Hold on, let me restart it real quick. I connected to Streamlabs so the donations work again. Donations are through Streamlabs. And when I did the new update of StreamerBot, I didn't log into Streamlabs. This is the weirdest thing. Because your sub gift is right here. Yet my Streamlabs is restart session maybe? It's not showing up. That's weird. I don't know what's up with that. But regardless, it did come through. Thank you for the sub gift. Belays dropping a subscription giftage on the jam. Can you see this from there? That's a lot of sub gifts. That's a lot of sub gifts. Much appreciated. Thank you for that. I've hacked the Matrix. Move on. Much appreciated. Your ticket is in the barrel. Thank you for that. Welcome back to Zaj. Yeah, I wish I could see the months. That's so weird. It must be a Streamlabs thing. I hope it's not because I logged in and now it's like I've circumvented Streamlabs with StreamerBot and now I don't see. What about my event feed? Let's see if it's on my event feed. No. No, it's not at all. No. No, it's not at all. Where do you see that, Nikita? Are you looking at that on the mod page? Welcome back 62 months. Ah. Okay. Okay. So that's too long. Yeah, is that expressivo? Yeah, I don't like that. That doesn't work for me. What about sustain accented? Is a sustain accented like a marcato? Is that what that means? Oh, I like that. Let's turn all these into sustain accenteds. Now you need to be just a regular sustain. Now what are you now? And then it turned you into sustain. Why is it doing that? It's got to be, it has to be my fault. It has to be a way I told Claude to build the script. Sustain accented. Now is this, and now this is sustain accented. So for some reason, it's adding the next note as well. Oh, that one too? Oh, this isn't good. Okay, sustain accented, staccato, sustain accented, staccato, staccato, sustain accented, staccato. Huh. Also, is it actually doing that, or is it just the readout? Is the readout just wrong or something? Well, we know for a fact that this is not staccato, so it's the readout. The readout's wrong. Oh, that's not good. So if we make everything staccato. Okay, cool. Now if we make this a sustain accented. I wonder if what it is my making it guess too quickly. Bummer. That's cool. Let's see that one next time. So then let's add the dynamics in. Now, dynamics aren't going to affect the staccatos. It's only going to affect the sustains here. And I'll turn snapping off just for this point. What? Is it because it's a sustain accented? It should be a sustain. Yeah. But that should not be. Is that actually changing? Oh, it's because the notes are touching each other and then the CC data is not changing. That's what it is. That's what it is. So if I make everything a little shorter, now it should all read correctly. I mean, these are all staccatos anyway, but yep, sustain, accented, sustain, staccato. And so since the CC value is touching, so what's happening here, I got it. So what's happening here is these notes, they have a CC value at the very beginning, at the very end, because if you don't give them one at the end, it'll just continually go on forever. So you want the beginning and the end to have the note. Oh, no, that's what it is. You want to have it at the beginning and the end so that if you click anywhere on the note and play back, it'll play back the correct articulation. Because if it misses the first half and it's still in the old articulation, then it'll stay on the old articulation if it doesn't hit the first part of the note, because it won't trigger it into the new articulation. So you put a CC value at the beginning and the end, so no matter where you touch the note when you start playing on the timeline, it'll play it correctly, just for continuity throughout the production process if you're starting in the middle of a phrase or something like that. So that's why that's important. But if the notes are overlapping, then the CC data overlaps, and so then it keeps its old data until that old data runs out. So with this setup, with this system of this articulation switching, if it's not legato, the notes can't touch. It's very important that the notes do not touch. If they're not all the same if they're all the same articulation, they can touch. But if they're not the same articulation, they need to not be touching. Got it. So now this should be staccato. Okay, so now. And then let's get that a little faster. Yeah. Now with this, it's like, yeah, you can move that, and then I guess I could shift click that, and then they'll move together. I guess so. Sure is responsive though. That's cool. That's interesting. The room sound is going away. And I guess because it's going down. So yeah, no, sustain is not good for right there. What you want right there, you want something big but short. What does portato, short, mean? Let's see what that means. It sounded very vibrationary. It sounded very vibrato-y. Wonder if that's what that means. Yeah, I want it to stop. So how would you get it to stop? Like dun 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 dun. Like very quick stopping, purposeful stopping. Martele bold. That wasn't too bad. Egg, fried cheese. How's it going? Now, does that go on? No, it's just a short note. And I assume it's all part of the velocity too. Let's first of all turn snapping back on. Now it should be on here too. Good. And then let's bring the velocity down. Wow, that's interesting. Oh, the velocities are on square. So I'm going to select both of these points. This is in the template. I think I might change this. I want to keep everything Bezier, but anyway, set shape. Let's go Bezier, and then set default points Bezier. Okay. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, let's bring this up here. Now is that, let's just get rid of this. If I were to create a new one here, okay, so dynamics, let's bring that all the way. Now, is this velocity dynamics? Yes. No, it's not. It's just that if it's at 0, it doesn't trigger it. I should change this velocity to be, the min should be like 1. But it doesn't let me do that. Oh, that's different. But yeah, I don't even want to mess with that anyway. That's too scary. So the velocity doesn't matter. It is a dynamic thing. So if we bring the dynamics down, yeah, it is dynamics. Cool. So yeah, so the way that this works is some of these patches are basically run by dynamics, a dynamic envelope, and some of them are run by velocity. If they're a short strike, they're typically run by velocity, and if they're a longer note, they're typically run by dynamics. And so like the longer note, you can have like swells and builds, and the shorter notes, they don't swell or build because they're just a short strike. And so those run by just the beginning of the strike, so they're run by velocity. I could change it so that everything runs off dynamics, and I did that for the other template in some of the patches, but it gets I think it gets murky because sometimes you want to be controlling both envelopes with different, you want different settings for the strike notes versus the long notes. Like say you want the short note to kind of strike a little hard and then the long note be behind it kind of growing. It's technical. Now that right there, what is that? That's a sustain accented. That's a yeah, the martel bold. I like that. What's this one? Staccato. So all these are staccato. What about if we made all these martel bold? Yeah, it's cool, but almost a little too long. What if we made them spiccato? Yeah, spiccato is really short. Maybe these should be spiccato. Maybe that should be martel. Gotta get rid of these markers, dude. It makes markers, I think, when I do those renders. They're like auto markers. Ooh, that's cool. Martel on that one, too. And then what's this guy? That's a staccato. I wonder if that should be... What was it we were doing? Martel or Portala? What are these again? Martel, 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 staccato, staccato, staccato. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Like, this is so good already. Like, I mean, the caliber of the sample changing and the articulations, like, once I actually get hot rodding on this thing, dude, my God. So right there, that's probably a spiccato, isn't it? And this is probably also a spiccato. What happens? Maybe instead of, so that's long, that's short. I need to know what those actually are. Like, what does it mean for portato short versus long and stuff? So if we make it portato long, like, why doesn't the edit cursor move now? I changed my mouse modifiers, and for some reason, clicking inside of the MIDI area doesn't move the edit cursor, and it's really irritating me. but I did it for a reason. I like remember at the time I was like, oh, but it has to be this way. And no, it doesn't have to be this way. I can't take it. Got to change it. Mouse modifiers. When I'm in the, is that left click in the piano roll? Deselect all notes and move edit cursor. That's here, right? That's the piano roll. What the heck? Now it's moving? Is this thing trolling me? Okay, that's weird. What about MIDI editor? Yes, MIDI editor, right drag. That's all you get. MIDI piano roll roller. Default action, edit loop point. Yeah, it's all loop point stuff. Left drag, left click, clear looper time selection, and move edit cursor. But I mean, it should already move here. Yeah. So it is doing it. Is it because that's so weird. Okay, that's selected. Yeah, it's working. That's so strange. Oh, maybe I hit this and then I do that and now does it not? No, it's still doing it. Huh. Okay. Okay, so that's a very abrupt attack, but it's not accented. It's like very right there though, immediate. And then it kind of swells. What about the short? Does somebody want to look up portato and what that means? Because to me, all I'm hearing is sort of like a light attack and then it swells a little bit. It's like, what happens if we turn the... Oh, yeah, I guess dynamics. Let's try dynamics up. Also mezzo staccato, French notes, portes. In music denotes a smooth pulsing articulation and is often notated by adding dots under slur markings. Huh. Thank you. Smooth pulsing? As opposed to sustain? And then they do stop the note. They stop playing. That's nice. Oh my God. It says espressivo short. Did I hit the wrong thing? I must have hit the wrong thing. Let's go down to a D. Okay, portato. Portato, matato, potato. It's a bowing technique for string instruments where successive notes are gently rearticulated while being joined under a single continuing bow stroke, which achieves kind of pulsation or undulation rather than separating the notes. That's super interesting because in string libraries, you're kind of it's interesting they decided to like record that and call it that because in string libraries, typically like with the sustain, that's what they're doing anyway to make it like a long note. Everybody's like rebowing and then they combine it together in post to be like a continual loop. Like there, you could hear it. You can hear it. It starts to do this like, and like that's what that description sounds to me. Portato is defined by some authorities as the same as portamento. Okay, so that's interesting. Not on this one. Not on this library. Yeah, and how it's so short. Whoa, how long is that going to go? Huh. Man, it must have been such long days recording all this. Yeah, I kind of like that. That's cool. Now, will it stop if the note stops? Kind of. It sounds kind of weird. I think that the release on this you can affect it. If you go to the envelope, I guess it's based off the instrument, huh? If I go to what were we just on? Expressivo. I mean, it doesn't matter because I'm not going to be doing that anyway for that. I would use staccato before I would use that for something that short. But it's cool to see. So the Expressivo. That's like longer than I thought it would be. How long is Expressivo long? Versus the short. Yeah, it's a little shorter, I guess. Yeah, that's cool. Let's loop this. Now, if you were to do some 16ths like that, so let's go down to F8. Now you're on 16th. Says it's on the grid. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that right now? So like, can we get rid of the loop? Thank you. God, I gotta fix those mouse modifiers that is not working out. So it says it's set to grid, but it's only going halfway. Is it because on the grid is... No, it says it's showing... Oh no, this isn't good. What's going on today? Something's weird. So it's not going the whole... That's set to grid, 16, 32nd, but it's doing everything halfway. Wonder if some kind of like toggle is on or something. That's at 132nd, that's at 132nd. Go back to 116th. Snapping is on. Step is on. Key snap. That's weird. Huh. Wonder why the grid settings aren't opening up. It's almost like something is toggled that I accidentally toggled. Edit cursor. Huh. I'm so confused. This is so strange that it's doing this. Something's changed. Always snap notes to the left, snap notes, snap note insta grid. Yeah, it's not so much the notes, it's the edit cursor. What happens if we go back here and then we go here and we go back here? Huh. What is happening, dude? I almost feel like I should restart Reaper and see if it's like a Reaper thing. I think I'm going to. Check. Just create a new project. Just create a new project real quick here. And just say the 9th. Oh, it's the 9th now. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Now, hopefully this is okay now. It's kind of weird, but maybe it'll be all right. So if I make a little deal here and then I open it there, let me come here and go to the beginning. And then if I turn step on and then I start playing, yeah, something happened in that session. I don't know what, but something got weird. And the edit cursor was no longer following everything correctly. Very strange. So let's go to, let's do 60. Let's turn looping on. Yeah, I gotta set this up. I gotta change the I gotta change the defaults for this. What's up, Tech Junkie? What's up, Hermes? Yeah, that is so weird, isn't it? Huh. That's interesting how some of the spiccatos they put on the dynamics and some they put on velocity. Interesting. Pyro, what's going on? Half Mad Poet, hello. What's up, Blue? What are you doing to create your volume envelopes? Looks like some sort of click and drag trick. So what I have going on this is I have this multi-channel velocity controller, which basically is preempting the velocity of the MIDI note. Like typically on the MIDI item, you'll have your velocity right here. And you can see the velocities are there. They do exist. But they've been thrown to the backwaters of history. And they have been taken over by a new way of knowing. So I have this plugin on here that's a velocity controller. And basically what it does is it takes over velocity for the MIDI channel and it puts it on this envelope. So now instead of having all the velocity points on these notes, the velocity points are on this envelope. And then this velocity envelope feeds back into the effects chain before it hits the actual instrument. And so the instrument thinks it's getting just the regular velocity from the notes, but what it's actually getting is the velocity from this envelope. But that's just for velocities and when we're doing the short strikes like this. But that's the interesting thing. That's what I'm saying is like the spiccatos typically are being manipulated by this. But on the spiccato shorts, or is it the spiccato bolds? Yeah, the spiccato bold, I think, is a dynamic. And it's like you can only take it down that far, and then that's as little as it goes. So this is a staccato. A very bold staccato. Let's go down to like 100 and see. It is a bold staccato. That is a very bold staccato. And now we're back to the velocity controlled staccato. So I guess because the bold staccato, so what you could do then is you could go to each hit of the bold staccato and you could create an envelope like that. Actually, let's do pooled copies. Cool. And so now if we change them all to bold staccato, I don't think it's doing anything. I don't think it's doing anything. I think it is a velocity. It's just the strike, but it's on the dynamic channel for some reason. For some reason, they decided to put it on the dynamic channel, even though I think it should be on the velocity channel if it's a strike. Because changing that, I thought that it was a short strike, but at least it would still, you could still give it like a swooping kind of a feeling with the dynamics, but that's not happening. But so then this is the dynamics channel. I'm doing the same thing though. One thing that I've always despised. I haven't despised it, but it's been very discouraging to use MIDI automation. I don't like using MIDI automation that's actually built into the MIDI item because just the envelope points are weird on the Reaper MIDI editor. I've never been comfortable with it. I like using a couple points and like moving stuff around, turning snap off and just being able to like do a nice curve on stuff. Like that just feels good to me. It just feels better to be able to do that. And so I'm doing that with everything. So I do it with the velocity on that first channel, but then on the dynamics envelope, the dynamic is built into the mod wheel. And so I'm circumventing that and I'm using this envelope to control the dynamics. And then the same thing, this variation slider is for like the trill intervals and for vibrato changes and stuff like that. And then this volume slider actually controls the volume of the mixing channel inside of the instrument itself. So you can control the instrument down and compared to other instruments. Because not all of the, like all of these articulations, some of these articulations are on different instruments. Like if you go into the actual, I had it open already. If you go into the actual sign player here, so like the longs and shorts, which are like all of these up here, they're in this first instrument, but then you have a second one that's the ornaments, like the tremolos and all that stuff, that's all here. And so that's on a different mixing channel in here. But this, all of these mixing channels are controlled by this single slider. So like if we get to a point in the mix where it's like right here it changes articulation, I can just do this and turn it down just for that articulation. And then when we come back up, I can do that. But it's controlling all the volume. So if you see here, if I go right here, all the volumes go down back up. Yeah, you can see every single one of them. All the main volumes, that is. So that way, that's why everything lives on what, that's how everything can live on one channel, is by controlling all of the envelopes from one spot. But that was my big eureka moment in this whole situation. No. My whole thing about this whole project has been, how can I control the, how can I control all the automation from one spot inside of Reaper's main window, as opposed to all of these little MIDI files all over the place with their own automations doing all these little things. And I feel like it's working pretty well so far. So far. Although I did delete the MIDI file that we were just working on, but that's okay. But the automation is still there, so that's pretty cool. It's completely independent of the thing with the deal. I hope that answers the question. It should, very much should. Okay, so I'm going to turn snapping back on. We'll get a MIDI file going again. So let's see if I can do that again. As far as the step inputs, yes, okay, fine. If I do Alt F1, is it just going to give me the? No, okay. Well, let's go back to the beginning. Dude, these freaking markers. Where are these markers coming from? Where are those markers coming from? Why are they? Control 1, add a marker. Yeah, I'm not doing any of that. However, I don't want any of this. I don't even want to do this on accident. Solar Hawk 7. What's going on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the jams. Ow. How's it going? Yeah, I'm going to get rid of all these real quick because I don't even want to accidentally hit these, because I have no interest in adding or moving marker 4 to play edit cursor. That is not something I need, but thanks. Okay. Go to next marker, insert and or edit, Shift M. I'm not hitting that either. Yep, I'm not doing that. Shift R, insert region from time selected. Ah, that's a hotkey? Shoot, I could have been using that this whole time. Shift C, tempo envelope, no. Control Alt Shift R. No, I don't use that either. What about when I'm in the MIDI editor? I wonder if something's going on there. No? So yeah, what the heck is going on? I'm creating these markers and I don't know why. I don't know where they're coming from. Anyway, so if you go here, is step edit on? Yes. Okay, so now where were we? So like if I go da 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 da. Now that was supposed to be. That was weird. It like went past it. Hopefully that was just because. Is that a God? Did we just find a bug? I hope not. Oh yeah, da 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 da, and then I think it's quarters. What happened there? Something got weird there. Is it because... Strange. I don't know what happened. Very weird. Whoops. Whoa, what's going on there, dude? Man, the step input's being strange. But that's okay. No reason to get discouraged or anything. That's the whole point of all this, is to figure out what's going right, what's not going right, fix it all. All right. Now, what we wanted was it to be at 60, but then to make it much faster than this, and snapping is on. Okay, and then the other thing we needed to do now. You know what? Yeah, it should scroll the selected track. It should scroll the selected track. Although, oh yeah, you could do that and then do the screen set, then scroll selected track, and then select the MIDI view. All these little things. All these little things. Actually, we don't want that one, right? I don't think... Yeah, because it's going to restart. So it's these two. The spiccato shorts? Those aren't spiccato shorts. Oh, that plug, it's not working. It's not working, but those Python scripts are still running. Yeah, because I restarted Reaper. This is a situation I also need to deal with. I need to make sure that those Python scripts stop running, the ones that are making the visuals show us what articulation we're using. Because it all starts right here when I hit this button, everything starts up. And so if I restart Reaper, those are already running, but they don't shut down, but the Reaper functionality shuts down. Okay, so Martel Bold, staccato. And then it was these two. So this is staccato bold. And so I believe the staccato bold's the only thing that's being controlled by the dynamics. It's just too much. Solar Hawk, what's up? What's happening? Hey, thanks for the follow. Gotta be a cat. Yeah, as you can, as Nikita's right, I'm just out of it. Not out of it, I'm into it. Yes, thank you, Nikita, for explaining. That's exactly right. See this is what I'm talking about. This is very interesting because the dynamics on the staccato bold are absolutely off the rails, but then the what is this? The Martel bold, those are really really tame. So let's see what this sounds like, because I think it's just for the attacks. Yeah. Man, that's crazy. Those are too strong. Those are way too strong. And they should have put the dynamics, if they were going to put it on dynamic, they should have made it way more sensitive. I mean, I guess I could put a oh, yeah, let's turn snapping back on. I always forget. I like snapping needs to just exist in the automation item lanes. Oh yeah, but see that's the thing is that yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Huh. And then you got to turn off snapping if you want to go in there and do surgical. Yeah, it's like I like the spiccatos, but those staccatos are just a little too hot. And like this is something we'll figure this out. We'll get this figured out. Those are good there, but it's then right here just got to come down. And that doesn't care because what is that? Oh, that is staccato. So spiccato, then that is staccato. So that is depending on this. God, those are just so loud. That sounds pretty good though. It's not bad. The repetition, it needs to be staccato serial. So the first one needs to be staccato. The second one needs to be staccato serial. So staccato serial, or is it? Where's the staccato serial? Do they have the staccato serial, or is it spiccato serial? There's spiccato serial. Is staccato serial somewhere else? Staccato blurred, spiccato, pizzicato, doubles, tremolo. I thought there was a staccato serial, but I guess there is not a staccato serial. There's a spiccato serial. Let's make sure of this though. Spiccato, blurred, spiccato serial, staccato, blurred. Is there a staccato serial in the violins too? I swear. Well, no, there's not because it would be right here. We would see it. Huh. Okay. Well, there is a staccato serial. So this needs to be a staccato serial. And what that means is it's just played, they were recorded, the serials were recorded in a phrase of that articulation. So rather than just a single hit of that articulation, they recorded them doing a bunch of those. So they got the flow of what they were doing with the bow, and then they singled them all out, or they edited them all individually. So if you're putting a bunch in a line, it sounds better. But I swear I thought there was a staccato one. But anyway, spiccato serial for that guy, and spiccato serial for this guy. Yeah, when you have them right next to each other like that, that's interesting. Okay, what about do a short? Just regular. Too much. Too long. Too similar. All right, what was that? Yeah, just staccato. So spiccato serial and then staccato. It's a little long, you know, like that's the other only bummer about this, is that there's so many articulations in this library, which is awesome, but there's no time machine, and boy, is time machine cool. God, how would you do that? How would you make your own time machine? I don't think there's a way. I don't think there's a way. I wonder if there's like, if it's in here and like I just don't know about it. There's vibrato, so on the spiccato serial, or just the staccato, just regular staccato. It's monopoly, there's mixers, there's options, but there's no like timing. Yeah, none of it's timing stuff. There is the envelope, but the envelope is more like the release after you release the note. It's not actually like the length of the note. And it only goes up to like that far, so. Whoops. I think where were we, like there? I hope you're right there. It doesn't matter, it's fine. I mean, this just, you know, as with everything, this just speaks to like how interesting it is, and how, I mean, thank God that there's a bunch of companies doing this stuff, because it's just interesting. It's like it's like camera gear. It's like every camera has strengths and weaknesses and things that make it really great and things that other camera manufacturers do better. And it's like, it's the same thing with these string libraries, where like there are things about this that are awesome and that Spitfire isn't doing, and then there are things about the Spitfire stuff that they're doing that they're not doing on the Berlin stuff, and you know, it's like, it's just this kind of the state of things. It's like nobody's gonna have the perfect library that does exactly what you want. But I can tell you, if this library had Time Machine on it, and if you don't know what Time Machine is, it's just the ability to shorten and lengthen notes. For instance, if we go down to if I hit Shift Tab, that closes everything up there. And if I go down to the Spitfire violins, down to Time Machine on, I guess I'll just copy this down without the automation. So I'll turn, that's off, okay. That's interesting. So locking is on, but I want the edit, yeah, it does do it. Okay, cool. So we'll copy this down here, then we'll mute this, Shift Tab. And then on the violin, Time Machine spiccato. So we'll go here, hit Tab on here. Actually, we'll hit Shift Tab because this isn't on. So I double click it, it turns the instrument on. Go to the beginning, paste it. Okay, so it's still loading. Okay, so you can hear it. It sounds pretty decent. Now, what they have is this. And so listen, as I go up, the notes will get shorter, and as I go down, they'll get longer. And it sounds pretty authentic, especially in the context of other instruments. It sounds totally fine. Because really what it's doing is it's just compressing the hit and the strike. It's like the audio files getting compressed down without changing the pitch. And if you go pretty far in the other direction, it gets pretty slimy. But at least you can go that far to get slimy, you know? Sometimes you need the slime. But right here is pretty good. It's pretty slimed out, but it sounds real. So then it's like you can do this. You know, I'm being very what would you call it? I'm exaggerating it very much, but you get the idea. The control, the amount of control you have over that is amazing. And it's like they're sort of doing that with the different articulations. It's like it's almost like they actually recorded the articulations with the spiccato and the staccato and the spiccato serial. And that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's just if they had this in those Berlin libraries, I mean, then it would be pretty much it'd be over, I think, because there's so many other articulations in there and it sounds so nice. But alas, we are in a world where different companies do different things in different ways. And yeah, there are things about the Spitfire libraries. That's why I got the Berlin library, because I was like, there are things about the Spitfire libraries that the Berlins just handle. For instance, the Berlin library has this. Check this out. Let's go to D. Is snapping not on? Oh, because I hit it manually and then it doesn't follow. That's why. That's why this is killing me. And that's why I never made that hotkey, is because I'm doing them both. I need to break that habit. I just need to use the hotkey. Use the hotkey. Stop clicking buttons, dude. Use the hotkey. That's all. That's all I got to do. Anyway, check this out. This is the coolest thing ever. So if we go here, start hit play. So we've got these measured trills. Where are they? Well, first of all, we have the repetitions. Pretty cool. Triplets. And it locks to the grid, so that's pretty cool. But what's super awesome is the measured tremolos. Where are they? Or measured trills? Measured trills? They're probably down here, huh? Yep, trills measured. Now this is pretty sweet. So check this out. You get this variation thing here. I mean, that is pretty sick. When you get everybody, the whole string section into there, like, that's going to be pretty cool. And that's Spitfire doesn't have anything like that. I mean, they might have something similar to that, but Berlin or Orchestral Tools, Orchestral Tools, the company that makes Berlin strings, like they have a bunch of this kind of stuff where it's like that na, 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 like you can't programming that like with shorts or longs or trying to get that to sound right with a virtual instrument. It's like it will not sound like this. Because that's an actual string section playing that interval, you know, and then they programmed it somehow that it just you can loop it, and so and like I mean the speed, it locks to the speed. Whoops. What is going on there? I'm hitting enter on here and it's deleting. What? It moved my cursors? Like what? 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 Now the articulation is wrong? Like what is happening? Everything's crazy. Oh, that's so cool. Then I think dynamic. Dynamic should work. I mean, it's looping, so it gets lost in the beginning. But anyway, you get the point. It's pretty cool. Let's see, we're in D. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Which library am I using? So this one that we're hearing right now is Berlin Strings from Orchestral Tools, and then the one that has the time machine is the Spitfire Symphonic Orchestra, and that's symphonic strings. And I don't think that library is available anymore in its form that I got it in. I think they repurposed the samples and built their own virtual instruments, so they don't have to license through Contact anymore through Native Instruments. So now it's like Spitfire Symphony Orchestra or something now. But it's like symphonics. It's the symphonic orchestra library of like I got the symphonic strings, the symphonic woodwinds, and the symphonic brass. The brass and the winds are just amazing, and the strings are great too. It's just when I was working last week on some of the string stuff, it didn't quite have it. And then of course all the Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales were going on, so that definitely was pushing on me too because the sales that they were having were just outrageous, like 50% off on this stuff, and some of this stuff can get pretty expensive. I also got the legatos. I wasn't completely blown away by the Spitfire legatos. I mean, they're not bad, but I found the performance sample legatos, and those are good. Those are these. These right here are pretty nice. Although why we can't... Oh, it's because I didn't double click. You got to double click, dude. That starts the library. Brah, you got to double click, brah. Alsh. All, Alshiv, front view. Alshiv. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the James. Side view. Side view. Oh yeah. Yeah, the BBC stuff is good. I just couldn't warrant picking up another entire library with all the stuff I have. I'm like, I'm way too inexperienced at what I do have to warrant doing that. But the Berlin strings I was able to rationalize. But yeah, the BBC orchestra stuff, I was talking about that the other day. The BBC Symphony Orchestra library can do grace notes in the strings better than I've heard anybody do. Why are there markers on my timeline right now? Like, where did those come from? What is going on? There's something happening and it's creating a marker It's creating two markers. And I don't know why. Marker. I have no Shift W, add stretch marker. No, that's for audio, to do stretch audio. Brackets, go to insert region, Shift C. I'm not doing Shift C, and that's a tempo envelope thing. And I'm not doing Control Alt Shift R. That's just a window thing anyway. And then in the MIDI editor, there's nothing with markers. And then in the inline editor, there's nothing with markers. Like, what is going on? Why is it creating these markers? Why is it creating these markers? It's so weird. Wait a second. Okay, it's not the Stream Deck. I thought it was maybe the Stream Deck for a second. This is true. The name pronunciation is not been the best over time. Okay, what were we doing? Oh yeah, the performance samples legato strings. Then if I do this, I mean, they're not bad. And there's moments I'm like, that doesn't sound real. But then I'm like, well, that's probably just the programming. It's probably just when you program them nicely. I was talking about that the other day. Like it's easy to think like, oh, that doesn't sound real. Like when you're listening to something that you know isn't, because I've been listening to like symphonies over the past like couple weeks a lot more than normal, and like I'm hearing stuff all the time where I'm like, well, that doesn't sound real. Like what's going on there? But it's real, obviously, because it's a recorded orchestra, so it's obviously real. But I'm like, it sounds strange. What's going on with that? But it's the voicing, it's the composition, it's the layering, the texturing, the arranging, it's all that stuff. Okay, so if we do that, then you do that. This is weird though. This is like, I'm gonna have to take a day and figure this stuff out. I'll see if I can figure this stuff out tomorrow before streaming. I'll stream today too. I just wanted to like get on for a couple hours and check this stuff out and see kind of how it is, because I haven't used this at all yet after I built this system to do this articulation selection thing, because nobody has this, bro. Nobody does this, bro. Anyway. You guys. But yeah, okay, so we're kind of getting an idea now. Where are we? What if no, I'm not saying it. Where are we? We are in a situation now where we need to figure out why there's only 3 notes there and what happened to where I've deleted multiple parts of that. Okay, that's cool. So we're gonna have to get that figured out, because that's not good. What happened here? All right, they're back. That's kind of cool. I do need to marry these back. Oh, if I select this now, it doesn't work. What if I do this though? Oh, it still does glue them? Does it do anything else weird? Okay, so I don't need them to be selected then. Okay, that's fine. Then I will go ahead and, what's the hotkey for that? There is no hotkey. Okay, that's interesting. It doesn't delete automation, but it will copy automations. If I do this, it'll take that stuff with it. And then if we duplicate that, then we go like this, Alt F1, and then, so at the first part, it goes Why are you snapping like that? It's because I turned snapping on for the back. I turned snapping, snap the no ins to grid, didn't I? Enable snapping, snap media items to grid, snap to grid. No, I did it on here. I did it on here. Options, CC note, it's snap settings, snap notes to grid, snap no ins to grid. I did that like a goofball. Should not have done that. No, see, that's not the way you want to do it. What you want to do is you want to use the hotkeys and you want to go up. Up. Okay, and then turn off looping. Well, actually, don't. Just have it go to the whole thing. Okay, so let's see what the violin twos will sound like and how long it'll take us to like get something rolling on this stuff. So what's interesting about this, so if I guess I'll try, first of all, can we get out of this window? Like, you need to start thinking about your windows, dude. You need to get the room to work, okay? All right, there we go. So if we select everything, so now all the automations are selected, all of the MIDI selected. Now the edit cursor's in a weird spot, so we'll see what happens, but it should be okay, I think. But then if we deselect, everything should be deselected now. We go to the begin. Yes. Okay, we go to the beginning. Violin 2, we double click on those so it enables the instrument. We go to the beginning. We have the track selected, and then we hit paste. Okay, cool. It brought everything over. This is excellent. Now what we'll do is, I think what we'll do is take the violin ones up an octave, because typically I could be wrong. There's a lot of stuff I'm wrong about in all this because I'm still pretty fresh to it. Like a fur. You ever get a fur? I think I got a fur from the mic. I got it. That was a dude hair. The dude's having surgery on Tuesday. He has an exposed bone in his mouth. Wish him well. He could use your thoughts and prayers. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's getting old, man. Violin ones typically, this is so stupid. I shouldn't talk like this. Is like, hey, just let me. The violin ones typically hold an octave above the violin twos. I don't know, but I've been hearing that the violin ones typically are an octave above the violin twos. So we just did that. Okay, cool. So on the violas there, we got some violas going on right here. Thank you. Good night. Okay, so on the violas, just thinking, just thinking about the situation. I'm gonna turn locking on again so that the time selection locks. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So it's like 30 seconds. So if I go to 30 seconds and violas are ready to go, and if I hit the D, okay, cool. Now, for some reason, notes have moved to eighth. Aha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if I go that way, I'm going that way. To go back, to go longer, you go back. To go shorter, you go forward. Okay. So we went diddle 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 dit 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 dit. Okay. Diddle 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 diddle. 1, 2. Dun, 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 dun. So it'd be like okay. Dun, 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 dun. All right, no. 1, 2, dun, dun, dun. So no, that's not right. What you would want instead is actually to go that way, and then you go this, that, and then that. Okay. And then you go to Alt F3 so that everything comes up. You select everything, and then you go spiccato. You go to the beginning. Okay, so but for these 4 bad boys, they have to be spiccato short. And then you have to make them even a little shorter because you don't want them bleeding into the next note, because the next note needs to be a different staccato, right? Or spiccato. Spiccato short, spiccato. Spiccato short, huh? How about we change you to spiccato? Okay, so you're still spiccato short, right? What about you? You're spiccato. Good. And then here, let's do the Martel bold. I'm gonna just butcher these names, dude. Just gonna butcher them. It's just gonna be so. I'm already embarrassed for anybody who comes along in the future who knows what this stuff is and hears me say what I say. Okay, so then sustain accented. Huh. Let's solo this. Yeah, that Martel's too long. So it needs to be staccato bold. And then this one will be staccato bold too. And maybe this one will be staccato bold too. Is it already staccato bold? Did I already make that staccato bold? Something's weird. Oh, it's because all 3 of these need to be shorter. Yep. And then this one can be the Marta bold. Yeah. Okay, all these will be spiccato short, and then these will be staccato bold. Okay, that's kind of cool. And that's pretty much it right there. But so with this, the only bummer about this, I gotta say, is that they put dynamics on some of them and velocity on others of the shorts. All the shorts should be velocities, but alas. Ah, I was like, something's off. And it's because this note bleeds into that one, and this bleeds into that, so those don't get their actual articulations correctly. Yeah, see, this one's still screwed up. It's almost like it keeps... What happened? It's not updating. Oh. Staccato bold. Staccato bold. Staccato martel bold. That's right. Okay, spiccato short. Spiccato short. Spiccato short. Staccato bold. Now that should be spiccato short. Oh, it's because it... Yeah, that's why. It'll assign it. You know what? I'm wondering, like, is something's happening with the CC data down here? Let's take a look. So this is all the CC data. So when we look at here, we get in here real nice and close and take a look at what's happening. Take a look at what's happening. So, yeah. So when I move the note like this, it doesn't move the CC data. Now, I think that's a setting. I think that CC data follows... CC selection follows note selection. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't... Sets the channel. Edit on all tracks. Note preview. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Because it seems to me like everything is set up so it is supposed to follow. Because if CC selection follows note selection, I think it does if it's set up before. So anyway, what is this? Staccato bold, right? So if I hit that again, see, it created a new dot there. And so if I move this way, it doesn't go with it. That's interesting. It is selected now. So if I move it now, no. What if I undo this, undo that, undo that? Now will it move with it? No. And now it must have undone the staccato bold. Staccato bold. Okay, so now it's there. So I select this. Okay, now it's selected. And now oh yeah, it doesn't move with it. The editing is not moving with... The CC data editing is not moving with the note. So this is something to just be mindful of, because if notes are overlapping when I set the articulation, it's going to stay with the next note until I assign it to that next note. So now it's like if I just give this staccato bold and then I give this spiccato short, we're good. Now everything's fine. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds really nice. Okay, cool. Cool. Now, why? Oh, that's right. I did write that second part. Cool. All right. Now, let's just Let's just extend this out, and I want to hear that. I want to hear that 16th stuff. I want to see. So, cool. That's like almost the highest note that the viola will do. Da 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 da. Give that there. Da 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 da. I think that should be it. Okay, then make sure to shorten everything up. Okay, so then with this one, get out of here. So with this one, we'll do the 16ths. And then, of course, back to the spiccato shorts for all of these. Spiccato short. And then this will be... I forget the martel, if that's better, or if the staccato bold is better. So we'll do staccato bold for those. And then, yeah, this is a dynamic thing. Oh, really? Are you squared? Okay. Let's add some dynamics here. Oh, is that still in square? Yeah, I gotta reset the defaults for this. I'm gonna have to open up a new template, change those, and then save it as a new template. So I'll do that later. Alt Z. I should just remember that hotkey. But I want to set you as a Bezier. What the heck? There you go. Ah. We go there, and then snapping is on. Then bring these short, and then give them both staccato bolds. And then this we can give it a staccato blurred. Yeah, it sounds horrible. That's for when you're doing really fast stuff and you need it to sound kind of like a little discombobulated. What about Martel? I like that, but yeah, the staccato bold. I'm gonna have to really go between those two. I'm gonna have to turn tooltips off because it blocks my articulation buttons. Air Trooper, what's going on? I'm just seeing that you were saying something right now. Is Air Trooper with us, or are we in an ad? I'll wait till the ad break comes back, and then I'll answer said question. That is a little loud. Are we still on Snap? I gotta figure out this because I'm constantly wanting to be in Snap and not wanting to be in Snap. And like, that is something that's going to be a PvPv thing. What's up, Ray? Did I say hi? Hello. Thank you, Hermes. Yes, much luck to the dude. I'm sure he'll be fine. He'll be fine. This sounds very nice. By the way, not pizzicato related. Last night I was listening to the string section of Just a Spell. It sounds so nice. I don't know. It blows my mind. I replayed that part in loop all night. The string part of Just a Spell. Is that the part where it goes something about your every word? Like I'm listening to every word, or what is the lyric? See, the thing about my music is like I don't know what it is unless I'm doing it. Unless I'm like in the middle of it and having started it and like in it, where it's like it's sort of like being on a trail, like in a park, It's like I know where the park is and I know there are trails in the park, but unless I'm on the trail that you're talking about, it's like I can't tell you which way is left and right, you know? It's like I got to be on the trail. But I'm hanging on your every word. Is that what it is? I think I'm hanging on your every. Yes, I'm hanging on your every word. Yeah, that string part. Yes, well, I'm glad you like that. Right on. Yeah, that's the Spitfire stuff. I think that's the Spitfire. I mean, obviously, it must be the Spitfire library. I'm not sure which articulations it was, but it was probably the legato. I'm not sure. But yeah, I love the Spitfire stuff. It's really really good stuff. Uh, Shift left click, get them to move together. Oh yeah, dude. Like I'm constantly messing with the mouse modifiers. Like I think if I select both of them and then if I hold Shift, wait. Let's turn Snap on. So right now Snap is on, and if I hold Shift, it ignores Snap. If I do Control Shift, it creates 2 new points, and then I can go like straight up and down with like 2 new points completely new. What about just Control click? If I Control click, it's a draw. Like I can draw it, and then Shift Control here will move, I guess, whatever line is there. But if it's not selected, it'll move the region. But I guess that'll do it even if I'm not shift clicking. What if I shift click? Yeah, nothing happens. Both do the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that's see right there. I didn't want it to snap, and I think what it is if I shift click and then hold Control, then it takes off Snap. But Snap is on now. It's off now anyway. So now it's on. Here, let me get rid of this. And if I shift Control, wait, if I shift here, it's snapping. But if I hold Control and then let off Shift, then it doesn't snap. So ridiculous. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I can work with it. I was kind of expecting all the short notes to be on velocity control. That's just a little strange that they did it that way, but whatever. I'm definitely going to probably mention that at least the next 26 times that happens. So just please be aware that I do repeat little petty peevy things a lot. So, I believe are we running? Cool. I guess the cello could run the melody. What are all these markers? What are all these markers, dude? Where are these markers coming from? What is this? You guys got to watch for these markers and tell me next time this happens. This is crazy making. Like, what did I change that's adding these markers? It's got to be in the mouse modifiers. Is it when I'm doing the shift control clicking in the envelope lane? Is that what it is? Mouse modifiers. Let's expand this window. And in the MIDI, in the automation envelope point, maybe. I mean, it's not going to show me this, I don't think, if I search for it. I don't see markers here. Envelope lane. Draw a pooled copy, select automation, draw new automation on insert envelope point, okay. But that's just left drag. What about double click? Okay. Now, on an envelope lane, envelope control panel, select, unselect, double click, okay. Envelope point, we just did that. Left drag. Envelope point, move envelope point in orange app, freehand draw, move envelope on one axis, delete envelope point, move envelope, copy envelope. Okay, no markers there. Envelope segment, move envelope, insert point, freehand, move, edit, move, preserving edge points, move envelope point segment, fine. Wait, that's just left drag though. What about double click? Add envelope point, reset envelope segment curvature. Okay, envelope segment. Is that what we were on? Yeah. So automation item. No. 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 No, it doesn't look like it's anything related to anything in the automation, but that seems like what it was when I was doing the automation was when those markers appeared. But if I search for marker, I don't think it's going to find anything. Yeah, no, I'm repeating stuff now. That is so crazy. What about arrange view? Marquee, create, marquee, hand scroll, middle drag. It's like I feel like if I it's like if I hold a modifier and like mouse like middle click or something, it's adding a marker. We just got to keep an eye on that and figure out when that's happening because that is crazy. Okay. So on this one, yeah, I think we'll do legato on this one. So uh, okay. And then this one for legatos, you do want them to go over the edge. So first of all, it's way too much in the upper register with everything. I wonder what's up with that. What's happening right there? What is that? What is that? Is that an awkward thing for a cello to play? So it's like it's making it pause or something? Well, that works. Okay, so with this is interesting because portamento is controlled by velocity with the legato patches. So you'll listen as I mess with the velocity as it's going. It'll either go and do like a glissando portamento thing up to each one, or it'll not do that at all. It'll just do like a fingering. What's up with that? What is going on there? What is happening there? Oh, first of all, did I assign everything? I don't know if I assigned everything to sustain. I think I did, right? Maybe each time you move the values on the envelope, they may help to bring an idea for future automation, so it won't be that hard to relocate on the timeline. Yeah, they are kind of similar, aren't they? I actually don't really know. I guess portamento means going from one note to another with a glissando, as opposed to glissando is just going from like the start to wherever you're going. Like glissando is like a and then portamento is starting with a and then going. Is that what it is? I don't know. What is going on here though? Like why isn't it playing that note? I'm very confused right now. Legato, sustain pedal. Uh no, I don't want that. I wonder what's up with that. I mean, I guess I could just take this one down. And this one I kind of want to make a sustain accented on it. Although now I've just screwed this up because now that thinks it's sustained. So anyway, I'll bring the velocity way down and it won't do that portamento. Now it'll just do the fingerings. I want to do a portamento right there though. So right here, I will just take this velocity marker and move it up there. And see, this one is square because for velocity, typically you just want squares, but I do want the Bezier when I do like buildings with staccatos and stuff like that. Okay, so then dynamics. Dynamics, start chill, come up. Okay, so here's the thing. We got to take snap off for this because with dynamics on legato, you're not going to be having the movements on the grid like that. And this is probably pretty outrageous. It's probably going to sound very obvious, but we'll finesse it as we go. That one's a little too late, but that's okay. Not bad. Are we on repeat? Yeah, see, like right there, we don't need that right there because we just want to go straight up to that other one. And then, yeah, that one's kind of like going down too, so. And then in a moment like this, it's totally up to taste, but I feel like that portamento isn't moving quickly enough. So I'm going to extend this out this way and then maybe cut it a little too. And then that means that I need to move this way so the portamento picks up. Cool, but then we have to hear it in context to really know if it's working. And everybody's really striking really hard. This is one of the things from Alex Bell that I really am trying to really take home, and that is that it's very rare for all of the stringed instruments to be like forteing the hell out of everything. Okay, so I think if I hold shift and control, everything should come down. Nope. If I do this though, and then see, I want everything to stay. I think everything will stay on the grid because it's all in the end. Are these pooled? So that one's pooled, but that one's not? Wait, no, it's because they're not both. I have to do this. But see, that doesn't work. Oh God, so annoying. I worked on this for like a couple days, and I'm just like, all right, there we go. Cool. And then this one, bring it down. Yeah, they're really going insane. Okay, first of all, lock the time. Dude, I gotta turn off those tooltips. I can't do it. I can't do it. Tooltips. Tooltips, UI elements, items, envelopes, envelopes on hover. No. Apply. Okay. That is pretty slamming. Yeah. Spiccato short. Spiccato short. Ah. Ah. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. It's Beethoven Terminator. So, John. So, one, da. I think that's a quarter triplet. But what we want to do is use hotkeys, dude. So you go to the quarter, and then do you hit Alt G? Yes, you do. So, no, I just. Oh, there's a marker. There's a marker. There's another one. Did you see what I did? What is that? Was it when I extended? Was it when I hit enter and then it asked for this thing and then I said no? That is so weird. What are those markers, bro? What are those markers, bro? Molly39351. Welcome to the jam. Thank you for the follow. Hello. What's happening? Hi. So is this correct? Let's see. So if I do this, turn snap back on. So, oh, I hate that. I do hate that. So when locking's on, the edit. What the? Where did that marker come from? What did I just do? Okay, I went like this. Okay. I went like this. Then I went like that. I hit Alt L. Alt L? Alt L. Alt L. Alt L. No. Alt L. Okay. No. No. That's not doing it. I literally just did it. Like, what did I do? Snap. Oh! Ah! Oh, it's the snap through. It's the snap through. All right, what's going on here? Okay, I created this action just the other day and I used Claude to help me. Okay, toggle snap for both windows. Edit action. Toggle snapping, toggle snap both windows. Okay, so that's there. Now, what about in the MIDI editor? What does Alt S do? Does Alt S do anything? Alt S is not found. What about in the Media Explorer? Is there Alt S? Not found. What about in main Alt recording? Alt S, not found. Event list? Alt S, not found. Why? Dude, I'm just going to get rid of that anyway because I don't like what it's doing. I'm just going to get rid of this. And I'm just going to say, yeah, no, delete. And I'm just going to go to toggle snapping. Toggle snap. And
Snapping toggled.
Toggle snap.
Snapping toggled.
Snapping toggled. I forgot about that. Oh, that's so funny. Why would I ever have a voice cue for that? That's so stupid. It takes so much longer than just hitting a hotkey. Toggle snap.
Snapping toggled.
Snapping toggled. Okay, so that's on main. And then MIDI editor toggle snap. Oh, wait, that's custom. No, toggle snap to grid. View. What happened? Could you figure out what you're doing here? What? Huh? What? What's happening? Oh, I figured it out. It's related to the snapping. Sorry, I wasn't more clear. It's it's my custom snapping script. I had Claude make it, and obviously Claude did something that adds markers, and I didn't know that. So I've gotten rid of that. And so now if I do it, if I toggle it, yeah, I'm toggling it all over the place. I'm toggling it here, I'm toggling it here, I'm toggling it there, everywhere. We toggle snap all over the place. Toggle and snap. And it's fine now. There's no markers appearing. But yeah, I reproduced it by toggling snap with my new hotkey script, and I saw a marker appear. So it's fixed. Yes, it's fixed. So let's see here. But thank you for looking out. So I wanted the bass to be dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. So it is this. Dun 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 dun. So I guess it would be eighth note triplet. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Yeah, that's it. So let's try a spiccato short. Oh, that's only for violin 1. Hey, can I just tell you guys, for those of you who weren't here the other day? So this articulation sheet was 100% built and configured by Claude AI. And what I did was I took screenshots of the instrument with all of its articulations. And I took screenshots of the violins, the cello, the violas, and the basses. And I said, cross check all of these articulations, and the ones that are only available on violin, or violin 1 and 2, or violin 1, 2, and viola, or violin 1, 2, viola, and cello, write in parentheses next to that which section these articulations are available in, so that I can have all of the articulations for everybody on one screen. But then if I want to use like pizzicato serial, I know that only violin 1s, and the violas can use that. And so it used a screenshot of all the libraries, and it cross-checked everything and built a script that made this menu. And then if you go in here to customize toolbar, here are all the actual scripts. And so what the scripts do is they just set the MIDI note that I have selected to channel 4, CC70 value 1, or channel 6, CC70 value 3. And so just for every articulation has its own CC value depending on what MIDI channel it's on, depending on what the library is using. Because in the library, if you open up the library, channel 1 is the longs and shorts, channel 2 is the ornaments, channel 3 is the dynamics. And then each one of these articulations has its own CC value. And so I can assign the notes that based on that CC value. And then just since we're talking about it, what I then had it do was whenever I select a MIDI note, it updates a text file with that MIDI note's channel and CC value. And then a Python script running in the background looks at that text file. And whenever that text file changes, like right now, it associates those two data points with the JPEG of the articulation it is. And then it puts that JPEG in a folder, and another Python script is watching that folder. And whenever the JPEG updates, it updates its visual right here on the screen. So whenever I select any of the notes, it goes back and forth between whatever that note's articulation is. So I can always see what any given note is assigned to. And I just wanted to share that because I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty neat stuff. I think that's pretty awesome. And it's all because of AI. It would have taken me with everything that has to happen to make this whole system work, it would have taken me literally months, at least months, to like even understand sort of the concepts behind the programming side of like integrating Python and Reaper together. And so, I mean, it would have been, I don't think I would have been able to do it, to be completely honest with you. I think I would have just, there are so many things I can do now that we have code writing AI, like large language models that can write code. I mean, I know that I'm becoming a broken record with this whole little speech I give on this, but I mean, just in case you haven't heard it, it's pretty sweet what we can do now. Like we can do some pretty cool stuff. Like people who don't know how to program, if you have an idea that you can break down into its various steps, I mean, see, like if I would have told Claude to build an articulation system where I can control what articulation a MIDI note is by selecting it with like a menu or something. If I would have just said that broadly, it would have been a disaster. It would have been like, sure, I'll build that, and it would have failed. But when I say build a Reaper script that when I click on a MIDI note, it assigns it to this MIDI value, that it can do. And so then I click the MIDI note, it assigns it to that value, and I'm like, oh my God, it worked. And then I go, okay, now make it so that when I click the MIDI note and I click this MIDI information here, it assigns it to this specific value. And then it can do that. And then I'm like, okay, so now I can tell it based on what I'm feeding it to assign different values. And then there's that system. And then there's the system of all these JPEGs and building the menus. And it's like these JPEGs are actually triple the size. And so the middle or the far left side is the white that you're seeing right now. And then when I hover over them and they turn orange, that's the middle photo. It's changing the middle photo. And then when I click on it, it turns red. And that's the third photo. So it's all one JPEG or PNG. And then it just selects which one. And so I told Claude, I just gave Claude a picture of the articulation sheet of the instrument. And I said, make JPEGs for every one of these articulations, make it in Bebas font and make it 3 sections. And center each section, make the left one white, the middle one orange, and I gave it like a hex code, and the third one red. And it did it. And the reason that's such a big deal is because I did do this once, like last month or 2 months ago, where I was using it with the Spitfire libraries, and I was trying to figure out an articulation method that didn't really work, but I had to make JPEGs, and I made JPEGs for every single articulation. And like looking back, I'm like, what was I thinking? Because it took a couple hours. And like I went through and I changed the text for every one, and then I exported out a PNG. This literally is a Python script. It wrote a Python script and it had the articulation sheet. So it wrote the Python script based on the articulation sheet. It wrote all the articulations in the Python script. And then I double clicked on the Python script and this folder appeared. And I opened up that folder and there was this list of like 100 and whatever pictures, or it was 80. I think it's 80 altogether, 70 something or 80. And it just populated it with every one of them. Like, it's just like, it's the little things, you know? It's the little things. It's the things that take you 10 minutes to refine with Claude that would have taken you 2 hours just to do, you know? And like, that's part of the fun too. It's kind of like a video game in that way, where it's like, you have to like hack you have to understand what you want to do. Like you have to be able to tell it. You have to be able to explain what you want. And like, that's a very interesting exercise in itself. What do I want? What do I want it to do? I mean, I know that I want buttons. But like, what do you do when you make a button? What is a button? You know, so you got to like think about this stuff and kind of like reverse engineer and like, how would I explain it to like a 5-year-old what I'm trying to do? And then you just tell Claude step by step. And it's like, I have been continually astounded by what it's capable of. It's just the power of this thing is just incredible. Anyway, there we go. There's my AI speech of the day. But yes, there's still little bugs and stuff we got to get hammered down, but you know. The bass. Yeah, let's do a staccato. I think staccato's good. Oh. Why is it doing that, dude? Wow, so I don't even have to be clicking on them. I never realized that. I could be over here, and if I hold control and then click and drag, it'll copy them. I had Claude build another script, which is cool. The only bummer is it doesn't work when playback is going. But if you know what you want to write, so when you select a MIDI note, this is how MIDI editing usually works. So you select this note, right? And then you drag it over like that. Now that's fine if you want to like drag like this and you're doing this, that's great. But I just remembered I want this note to have a copy up here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this note and move it up. Oh no. Look, do you see what's going on over there in the back? It's creating a note based on that note that was already selected. And now I have to do this, and I have to go over here and select this one, then I have to hit delete, and it's a huge pain. And then sometimes you'll be copying, you know, copy that. It's like, oh, now I want to copy this note. Oh God, now I've got like 3 notes that are all over the place. It's horrible, right? So check this out. I had Claude make this script where it just deselects. After anything happens, it just deselects. So I can copy this, copy that, copy that, copy that, copy that. Can select all these, copy them over. Copy this one. Copy that one. It's the little things, you know? It's the little things. It's the little things that add up to the big things. I've completely turned this into a mess. Oops. Dan, dan, dan. Oh, that's not. Wait, it does exist there. I guess the sustain accented. Let's do sustain accented on that. Dan, 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 dan. Dun, 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 dun. I wonder if it would work with that, the triplet thing. Repetition triplets. Let's see what this sounds like soloed. That's so sick. I can't even believe it, man. That's awesome. Yeah, it's funny. You can't. A lot of this stuff is difficult to get it to work in the inline editor, in the actual editor. So I'm trying to get used to just working in the MIDI editor again. Dun 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 dun. One dun dun. And then let's turn this into pizzicato. Dun 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 dun. Pizzicato. Spizzicato. Spiccato. Cool. And back to here. I guess you could unsolo that and then just go ahead and do that with the time selection. And there it is. Adam Shandy, how's it going? My favorite streamer of 4 seconds of music repeatedly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, considering this is just 4 tracks, I think that's pretty cool. I think that this is going to be a good system. And then it's like when we need to supplement it with like a more specific articulation for a specific situation, I will absolutely be pulling in the Time Machine stuff. You can see here though that I actually already did do a little bit of adjustment on this stuff because there were a ton of articulations that were all over the place. And all of these are Time Machine articulations, and all of them have a relative non-Time Machine articulation that I had in the template for every single section of instruments. And I mean every single section. Like every instrument had a non-Time Machine and a Time Machine part. And so I went through and took all the non-Time Machine parts that have a short with Time Machine, and I took them out completely, and then I organized everything by shorts and longs. So now it's so much more manageable. Like here is the flute. Everything for the flute is right here, so that's great. And it's like before, the single flute was like this big. It was much less manageable. So everything's good there. And then same with the brass, everything. I went through everything, made sure everything was nice and good to go there. Oh, the percussion I went through and messed with too. The percussion is now in pretty good shape. If I hit F5, does that do it? No. Oh, it's because it's not running. Yeah, let me turn it on. So I cache everything, so nothing loads now. So we're we're in really good shape. And then this is just timpani, and we have every single timpani note. And then not only do we have open, but we have all the muted hits. And then we can turn note off on as well if we wanted to stop when we let off the note. But as it is now, it's like this is just timpani. Before it was like all of the orchestral percussion was in one plugin, and like I was having to like duplicate stuff, and then it was just like it was a mess. So now the timpani's in one, the cymbals are in its own. But they're not on either. Everything's off. You have to double click and then it turns on. Yeah. And then I went through, and for every cymbal hit, like if you go to the hit variation, or wait, what is it? What is it? If you show all. Okay. Oh, it's this. It's voice and layer. You can see it. All these have dashes, meaning that there's no limits on how many velocity levels there are, because the tune track stuff has a lot of velocity levels. Like I think the snare has something like 100 and something velocity levels or something crazy like that. So it's pretty cool. They have a lot of recordings on each one of these instruments. They did a really good job with this stuff. But so I went and turned all that on maximum performance for the best sounding rolls and stuff like that. But this is just for the cymbals. Everything else is kind of at its standard thing. But they don't have like a cymbals patch. They had the timpani patch. But anyway, I went through that and did that with all the percussion and stuff. So that's pretty good to go. And then the celeste and got the triangle. Oh, it's not on. I got to remember that I got to double click it and then it turns on. This is the beginning of Star Wars. Listen to that. Next time you listen to Star Wars, listen to the triangle. It's going insane. Cool. So that's the Spitfire stuff. All the longs there, all the trims, all the TMs. And then, of course, I'm still undecided on whether I want to keep the runs inside of their own area or if I want to bring them into Orchestral Tools' track with the Berlin strings, because these are from the same company, and it doesn't run exactly the same way, but it's basically the same because it's the same, like, I think it's the same studio and everything they did is the same. These things are cool. I could just play with these for hours. Just It's so sick. Now, and then check this out. They did them all in the scales too. So if you change the scale to like minor, now it'll just do minor. And then they did like, what else did they do? They did like Phrygian. That's so crazy. They're crazy. They're insane. And these thirds, détaché, is that what they say? This is like this was the holy grail for me when I was getting all these libraries finished up, and I was starting to get a little bit more experience with each individual articulation and like what it did. I was like, trying to program these like little like triplet movements, these little like grace notey movements and stuff. That's gonna be really tough, and it's gonna be really hard to make it sound authentic. And then I just did some googling around, and rabbit holed a little bit, and this came out 14 years ago. But it's like when you think about it, it's not that crazy because it's literally just recordings. It's just sound recordings, and then they plugged it into a little system infrastructure thing here in a plugin to like be able to trigger them. But it's like we're just dealing with sound recordings, so it's like of course it came out 14 years ago. It's crazy. It's been updated like once since then, I think, but it's been around for a minute. But I had no idea. But you get this involved with all the sections because I think they made it for violin 1 and did they do viola builder? I have viola runs right here. Let me see if they did it on there though. Because they did violins run builder. No, on violas they did basic runs. So on violas they have like these. So on violins you would have to. I get I forget which is which because I know that the measured trills in the effects pack are not this. And like I think on the measured trills they did violins 1, violins 2, and cello. I don't think they did violas on the measured trills. And I'm just trying to remember on the runs, like on the cello runs, I think they do have the run builder for the cello. And I think they might have the run builder for the basses as well. Okay, so it is the basses and the cello. I think I just put it in each section though, so they're together. And they didn't do all of them, they just did these 4. But what's super cool about these is you can change the speed. So you can they have like a set speed, but it's kind of like Time Machine where like you can adjust them to whatever tempo or whatever you're trying to do. So it's almost like that sounds like 2/8 notes and then like a downbeat eighth note, like da da da, as opposed to like a da 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 da. It's like it's technically a triplet, but it's like you can adjust it to whatever you want and what you're doing. And I'm just like thinking about that, like with the grace notes and stuff. The grace notes are like a big concern to me because they're everywhere and I love them and I feel like I'm gonna want to use them a lot. So that would be this. I can't believe they went through and they recorded all of that. It's so crazy. That is like obsessive. That is like seriously obsessive. I wouldn't know anything about that. But then, yeah, they do also have these basic runs as well. So many toys. Okay, so the runs builder is on the cellos and the basses and the violins, and I think the violas are part of the violin string runs, right? No, this just says violins run builder. So is there a viola run builder? I don't think there is. There's violins runs builder, violins and violas, but there's no runs builder. Okay. But there's all these, I mean, they recorded all these runs though, but I don't need those for this from this library unless I needed that texture because they obviously have a specific texture, but these are the runs we'll be using because these runs are absolutely killer. I think we're a little fast right now. And then they have, I think we're in arpeggios right now, because if you just go to like the runs, we're a little slow now. It's you can have it, you can do it manually too, but and then they did it in major, natural minor, harmonic minor, melodic minor, whole tone, chromatic, and arpeggio for every single key. It's so crazy. Could you imagine you're just in this session all day playing runs all day? That was good, everybody. Let's do it one more time. A little less sludgy in the G sharp to the A, please. No, I think Palette is actually, I think Impact, I think they're in the States actually, if I'm correct. Hey, what's up, Alka? Yeah. So there's so many little things. It's so sweet. But yeah, as far as runs, arpeggios, the only thing is the pure grace notes and legato, which I think I think will be okay. Yeah, it's just the only thing I'm just thinking. The only bummer about it is that it's like you have to do it in this roundabout way. It's not like very natural. Yeah, I think that that's more got to be. I guess you could do that, and then you could do that, and you could do that. Oh, and but you would want that, and then this, and then you do this, and then you'd go like that. Oops. Now, as far as humanizing it, like these little hits here sound like too on the grid, and I'm wondering what violin players do. Like, do they go a little ahead? Let's see. If we humanize this by hitting H, and our timing bias goes forward, and then we humanize them like that. Let's see what that sounds like. Way too much, dude. Yes, that doesn't sound right at all. Wonder like wonder if like yeah, it's almost like what you could do if you wanted to like squeeze them all so like they all sped up at the same time. You could just cut that and then grab it and just kind of like squeeze them. And then they would speed up over the course of the measure. And then have the dynamics go up. And I wonder like if that would work everywhere. Just, just speeding them up just a little bit, just on each one. I was watching this video yesterday of this professor in Texas, and she was talking about how to compose for violins and like how to make people who play violin not hate you. And it was super interesting. But what was crazy is just how, I mean, she wouldn't be slowing down or speeding up. She was like crazy, dude. Oh my God. Is that the answer? Oh my God, that sounds so much better. Oh, I can't do that because timing is locked. We're on triplet right now too. So if we go to so now we're on the grid. Look at that. The first one's perfectly on time. The second one's a little earlier. The third one's a lot earlier. The fourth one's way early. And then it's like when that other stroke hits, it's like it feels like a nice I'm taking over the beat now. Oh my God. That's it. That's it. So then what about this one? You know what? I bet you instead of doing it like that, you want to do every 4. So you do 4, 4, and 4. And then now, can you grab every one and then do it like this? Ha ha ha. Maybe instead of every 4, maybe every 8. Wait, just undo the slicing. Undo the slicing and dicing. 8. This one, it's like it's got more going on. So yeah, I mean that I kind of like that. I kind of like it. I gotta say, I wonder if that's what happens. I wonder if it's like you get into your like yeah. I mean that is natural. It's natural to want to speed up, especially in a live performance. Yeah, there's something about these. Like, I wonder if it's maybe like the dynamics. Like each of the dynamics needs to have their own thing. Or is it more like a yeah, this isn't working because it's not ahead. I mean, that's one thing that I'm gonna have to think about a lot too. Is like you always, whoops, no, you all, come on now. That's gonna get annoying. I gotta figure out a good system for this. But is the dynamics are gonna be so important. You got to do dynamics everywhere. I mean, human violin players and viola players. It's like they're constantly just dynamically changing. They're just being a person. Like that is that velocity control. Yep. All right, cool. And then let's go ahead and just glue all this together so it's not unmanageable. So it's not a matter of quantizing it. It's not a matter of quantizing it and like humanizing it and letting the computer just take stuff off by like degrees of percentages to make it seem like it's not perfect. You actually have to like consider the behavior of a human performing a piece of music. And I think that we are used to hearing it where in the excitement of a live performance, no matter how they practiced or how refined they are, you get excited when you're performing in front of people. And if you don't have a click track or like an electronic drum beat holding everything together, you want to speed up. Everybody wants to speed up. And you speed up faster the farther you go. And that's freaking awesome. That's so sick. Yeah, this part is like we'll have to figure out longer repeating sections of fast notes like that and how to really get that refined. But I gotta say, the fours, I mean, that sounds like a real string section right there. I wonder if it's just because it's the first one. Okay, you gotta hold shift and then transfer to control. You know what? Those almost sound like I went too far. I think I went too far with those. So you do this and then grab it. And I can just bring these back a little bit. See, this is cool though. It's like this is one of those things that like just as time goes on and I just start getting into this more and more, it's like this stuff will become just super fast and natural where it's like if I'm doing fast parts, I'll quad them out. They'll be on the grid and they'll just grab them real quick and move them and you won't even like notice it, but it'll just be something that's just part of the deal. It's almost like you could automate that. It's almost like you could humanize fast parts if they happen frequently enough. I have to figure out the grace notes though. Yeah, it's like, is it the articulation? Now, I don't know if these are all selected right now, if it's letting me actually select them to edit them because I have an issue with this. You can see over here on the right side, top right on my monitor over here. See that little arrow? I haven't found out a way to bypass this. I don't think it's possible to bypass it. I don't know if it has something to do with the way that MIDI information works or something like that. But that little arrow and that line means that the Berlin V track is where it's going to go to. Or I should say the item, the Berlin V item. Is it the track? Maybe it is the track and not the item. But you can't have more than one selected at once. You can see them. See, we can see these tracks now. Like these tracks are all visible now. But you can't edit them. You can only edit on one at a time. And I think if I hit Alt-N, it'll select the next one. Although maybe because I don't have any more selected, maybe if I do this, now will it do it? No. Is it because now I'm curious what's what? It's because if I do that, because then now I can do it. No, it won't let me do it now either. Alt-N, I thought it was Alt-N. Maybe I killed that after I did that initial program. I can't remember. Anyway, you do any editing stuff, it's going to go to the track. You can have multiple tracks and stuff selected and see like there's gray and yellow and like these ones are like in the background, but they're all here, and see all this stuff is selected. But if I like choose an articulation from this list right now, it's not going to assign it to all those. It's just going to assign it to this one because this yellow one with the outline is associated with this arrow and this line. So when I brought those up here, it kind of freaked me out because I was like, I don't know what is what. I don't know what's behaving how. But I don't know if it's velocity related or... Yeah, is it the articulation? That's weird. Not only is the timbre different, but on the serial, it actually does sound like it's better in time. If you weren't here earlier, the spiccato, any of the serial patches that you see, pizzicato serial, spiccato serial, that means that they recorded the section striking a bunch of times, and then they went through and cut them each out to hopefully make it better for blending when you're playing something like this. But what's interesting is the timbre's so different, but the timing sounds pretty good. So this might actually work. It does sound better. It sounds a little bit more natural, as opposed to if you send it back to the spiccatos by themselves. I like the timbre of the spiccatos by themselves, but it doesn't sound right. Like it sounds like almost like the start of the sample is like not uniform in all of them. And so some of them are like laggy and some are ahead, and yeah, it's like it's kind of slaggy. The first one sounds great. But yeah, the second one sounds weird. So if we go back to spiccato serial, then on this one spiccato serial. Yeah, that sounds fluid to me. It's such a different timbre though. I'm wondering if the first one be a spiccato and then the rest of them can be spiccato serial? I think that sounds all right. Now, are we sure that it actually kept its articulation? Spiccato serial, spiccato. Spiccato serial, spiccato. Cool. Yeah, so that'll be something to think about too. Like the first strikes of like long continuous strikes can be like a different articulation than those. This is so sweet, by the way. If you weren't here the other day, didn't need to go to that camera. If you weren't here the other day, last week, it was this stuff is crazy because like all of those shorts are here, but they're all divided up. So if I wanted to do I think if you want to think about the Spitfire stuff, like the Berlin stuff, there's the spiccato, and then there's like these short brushed and short breath CS. Like this is kind of like the spiccato serial kind of like it's like a softer kind of hit, and then with Time Machine you can tighten it up and it kind of feels like a serial. So it's kind of like similar in that way. However, they're all in different tracks. So like, I mean, I could technically do something similar to the way that Berlin is set up with CC data on them as well. But I mean, it'd be another system. I'd have to create another system for that because it would be different CC values. They would behave differently. So I'd have to have another menu system that was it would be like a mirror of the current one, but it would be a different toolbar. And then I could do that. But there was a reason I didn't do that. but I think it's the shorts and the longs. I think it would be fine to have a longs on one track and then the shorts on one track because typically you're not layer. This is a layering issue, especially with the Spitfire stuff. If you want to feel like a ja 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 like that kind of a thing, it sounds better rather than using longs or legato or like a marcato that has an attack on it. They sound so separate. So what's cool to do is use longs and edit them nicely so that they really butt up against each other without overlapping with each other. And then you put a staccato on top of that and you layer it on top for each of the attacks. And then it sounds nice and natural because it sounds like they're attacking each note, but it's just this nice, like connected phrase. And I was doing that on the Euphoria session last week and it was working pretty well. But they were layered. And my original template, everything was on one track. Everything was longs and shorts, kind of like the Berlin stuff is now. But the Berlin stuff, I don't see layering it because I have the Spitfire stuff to layer if I need layering. So that's not an issue. But with the Spitfire stuff, we could still do the single tracks for shorts and for longs and still isolate them enough so that we could not have to worry about if we needed to layer. But yeah, that's a whole another animal. That's a couple days probably of building the system and getting stuff combined. And I really want to start just working on this stuff. Like today, I want to do days like today where we're starting to like actually get into it. However, it would be nice if all of these were on one track and all of these were on one track and all of these were on one track. That would be really nice. It would just make it that much more usable. Because that was the whole thing I was saying is like, if I wanted to do what we've been doing on this viola just now, like all the different little articulations that are on this thing. I mean, there's so many different articulations going on in this one section right here. And if we wanted to do this on the Spitfire stuff, I mean, it would be broken up into like 20 different files and they'd be all over the place. And then I'd have to be editing the envelopes on every single one of these tracks because every track here has all of the envelopes for all the stuff, just like this single track with all the articulations has all the articulations based off of these single envelopes and nothing more. I'm gonna have to do it, aren't I? That's what it is. It doesn't have the attack. Turn off snapping, add a point, bring the point up, bring that point back down because they were both selected. See what I'm talking about? That freaking note over there? Is that not legato? Um, hey, Stratus B Team Sexy in the house, bro. What up, dude? Do we have a raid? Oh, yeah. Team Sexy in the house. What's going on, man? Make sure you guys follow Stratus B if you're already hanging out. Fantastic streamer here on the Twitch FS. What were you up to? Grand Theft Auto 5, doing some RP. Dude, Stratus is such a sick RP player, dude. We raided him like a couple months ago, and he was doing some RP. He was playing a police. He was part of the police force on GTA 5 doing some RP. And like I ended up watching that for like 2 hours, dude, while I was breaking stuff down, just ending up for the night. Just sucked me right in, bro. It was awesome. Super, super awesome. Hey man, hope you had a great stream, dude. And welcome in. Thank you for coming on in, and welcome to everybody. It must be late if Stratus B is rating you. That's if there's anything I know. If you're getting rated by Stratus, it means it's late. Probably won't be on too much longer, but what's going on? Well, hey, if you're rolling in with the raid, what's happening? I'm Monty. This is Scene of Action. We do some live performance here, all original music. Got a bunch of camera angles and fog, DMX lights, all that jazz, all the stuff, things and deals. It's good times. But tonight, we're working on the orchestral template. I've had an infatuation with orchestral music for years, and I've attempted to get into composing it for a few times. I've tried a few times. I've tried like 3 or 4 times to build a template and kind of get stuff organized and working. And I have failed. I have failed each time. Every time I have failed. I've given up. Generally speaking, because of the articulation count. And if you look at right here, you can see the violin 1 section. These are the short articulations, like spizzicatos and pizzicatos. The longer articulations, like the legatos, the longs, the sopran. And then, of course, we have our accent sort of effecty stuff like tremolos and trills. But then, I mean, you have like runs, and you have effects, clusters, risers, glissandos, all kinds of stuff. And so if you don't have this stuff extremely organized, it gets out of hand really, really fast, and you get discouraged. And then you end up just writing some like pads. You end up writing like some 4-part string pads that are like, it's kind of like that. And that's fine. But there's plenty of that. There's plenty of that. There's plenty of that. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. Beautiful. Beautiful. But there's plenty of it. There's plenty of it. And so we want to do stuff that's a little bit more, what would you say? A little more particular in the articulating. It's a technical term. Anyway, check this out. So what we got here is like the viola section. And this just looks like a regular MIDI file if you're familiar with MIDI. But if we go to the MIDI section here, you can see this is a list of all the articulations we have at our disposal. It's for this library, just this library. I mean, there's plenty in other libraries too. But unlike the lists of tracks like we had for the Spitfire stuff, this specific track is one track and everything's on it. So if I open up the plugin window here with the instrument, which is the Berlin Strings library with the Berlin Strings effects, you can see all of our longs and shorts are here. And then we have dynamics and effects, and everything is here, and it's all linked up via MIDI. And so this looks like it's a single MIDI file of all the same thing. But if you look up at this little thing up here, you can see that if you select notes, those are spiccato shorts. That's a staccato bold. This one down here, that's a martel bold. We got some more spiccato shorts there. These guys right here, just those are also spiccato shorts. That's a martel bold. What's this last one? Staccato bold. And so each MIDI note can have its own articulation assigned to it. And this is a system that I've been developing. I've been developing the system over a series of days and weeks. And basically, we're kind of giving it a first test tonight. This is the first time I've kind of just gone in and actually tried to use it a little bit. And here we are using it. And I'm just going to try to squeeze this menu up a little bit here. And so, yeah, basically, if you just select any of these and you hit one of these articulation buttons, it'll change into it. And this is what it sounds like when you have a multi-articulation setup on a single track with a viola section. That was a little slow. We were doing it a little faster earlier because we wanted to hear those 30-second notes really handle it. That's pretty good. I think we were actually at 80 though. It's this, isn't it? I think it's this situation right here. And so this guy's a spiccato short, and these guys are also spiccato shorts. And I think what they need to be is spiccato serial. And then they'll be perfect. Mm-hmm. And then also we need to make sure that we've got a nice velocity on this guy. And we'll add maybe one right there just to make sure. There we go. Yeah, I think it was a mistake. I'd made these pretty hot earlier, but... All right, that might be okay. What's up, Jay? I really want to hear it. Da 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 da. And then it's probably going to be spiccato shorts, I would assume. And then we should definitely raise them up in velocity as we go. But the first one should be pretty hot. You got to put the automation a little before the hit so it catches it. Is that right? Maybe it's spiccato serial. Maybe the first one is spiccato, and the last one's spiccato short. Sounds early. Or maybe it's late. Maybe everybody... That's weird. I guess that's it. That works better. Yeah, it's funny. I'm hearing a little timing variation in there. Before you guys rolled in with the raid, I was messing with timing stuff. Like you can see here, this is a section of 30-second notes. The first note is right on. The second note is a little ahead of the beat. The third note is even more ahead of the beat. The fourth note is really ahead of the beat. And then the next quarter note of the measure is back on. And like it sounded weird when everything was right on the beats. It sounded on the beat, but it didn't sound right. It didn't sound like a person playing. And as soon as these notes got moved a little bit farther successively early as it continued to go on, it fixed it. It fixed it. Oh my God. Cool. And then, yeah, here's the violins if you haven't heard them. Yeah, the violas they want to take over this part, but we gotta not let them. We gotta tell them to chill it out. Yeah, so now that's not working for me. So they work in fifths. That was one thing that lady said on the video she said of how to compose for strings like this. She said they love fifths. They do fifths. And that's because the strings on the stringed instruments like the violins, viola, cello, bass, they're in fifths. Unlike a guitar's in fourths. Anyway, the point is that it's like the bottom string is a C on a cello and a bass. And on a viola? And then it's G, A, D. And then on the violin, it's G, D, A, E. And so it's fifths. So if you just put your finger down on the board, on the fingerboard of a classical stringed instrument, you're going to be playing fifths just with one finger. So it's like a chord already. It's like a bar chord in rock music. Because right now I was like, oh, I want to go down to the fourth. Oh, but that's easy because that's a fifth backwards. Totally. So that would be how many half steps is a fourth, right? So it's like you're at the tonic and then you're at the fourth would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 half steps. Whoops. Oh God, jeez. Wow. Wow. Oh my God, this is crazy, man. This sounds so much better than like so many attempts at this, dude. Yeah, human error is an art, maybe. Oh, for sure it is, dude. No, it is. That's the thing I've been noticing about over the last couple weeks. I've been listening to the different recordings of the Star Wars theme. See, the Star Wars theme is pretty cool in that it was originally recorded in 1977. I assume it was 77. It was released in 77. Star Wars was released in 77, but maybe it was recorded in 76. The point is that in the late 70s was the first recording of the main theme of Star Wars, but it's been continually recorded throughout all the movies. And then The Force Awakens was the first time it was recorded again, like a long time. So it's like we have these like stakes in time of how orchestras sound over the past few decades with the same conductor and the same music, but with different with a different like musicianship culture, especially in relation to that specific music and stuff. And so it's super cool to like listen to the different recordings of that theme. But I've been listening to it pretty religiously over the past like month or so. And what's crazy about the 77 version, where it's like it was the London Symphony Orchestra that recorded it, but they were, you know, it was just for a film, and like it was just some film music, and I'm sure they thought it was great at the time too. But it's like, and they were having a good time. But it was like, you know, they were it was a session recording for like a film and stuff. So they did a great job. But it wasn't like Star Wars, you know, it wasn't Star Wars yet in everyone's mind. And so like it just sounds, it's so like just like it's so raw, and like the trumpets are like peaking and saturating the inputs of the mics that were near them, and like you can hear the horns kind of rushing everybody a little bit, and you can hear this like ebb and flow with like the strings, especially in the string runs. It's like it's just this push and pull and stuff. And like now it's like you listen to the Force Awakens recording of it, and not only is it just meticulously recorded now, it's like everything is perfectly balanced, and it's just the tone and timbre and the timing. Everybody's tempo is perfect. Everything is just so perfect now. And it's like back in the 70s, it's like you could just hear this push and this pull, and like that's what gives it it's like timeless awesomeness, is because it's just so real sounding. And that's what I noticed in like all of the string library research I've been doing over the past few weeks, and just like all the listening of mock-ups and stuff in people's DAWs, digital audio workstations. It's been so obvious, you know, when you hear a completely quantized, timed out virtual instrument program session, because it's just so on. And even if it's not on, it's off in the wrong ways, because you know they'll record, and then sometimes it's like the attack of a note will be like a few milliseconds, up to like 100 milliseconds behind like when the downbeat is. And in real life, sections do play off of the beat from each other a little bit. Like the strings are like known for being like a little behind, and the horns are a little ahead, and like it's just and the winds too. And it's just like in the nature of the instruments and the way they're played, and it's kind of like this natural thing that kind of coalesces. But in a virtual instrument library, it's like those abnormalities they don't come across like they do in real life. So you either have to like sample offset them, or just mess with them and finesse with them and stuff like that. But anyway, that's the thing that I noticed the most when I see mock-ups and stuff online of people programming stuff. It's like it's so just like on the beat, and a lot of times like the tempos aren't mapped at all. And that was one of the things that I wanted to make sure that I could do too in this, and in Reaper you can. So if I go up to my tempo map up here, I can just click this guy and then click the tempo map, and then we've got a Bezier curve right here. So if you, let's see, where's it start? Let's go to a shorter beat. So yeah, right there is where it'll end. So if I do this, like we can maybe speed it up a little here, maybe slow it down a little here, maybe speed it up again, and at the very end, we'll slow it down a lot. So it's like you didn't really hear it, but right now, right here, we are at what are we at? So like right here, does it tell us? Yeah, okay. So we start the piece in 80, and then by here we're at 87. We're 7 beats a minute faster. That's ridiculously faster. And then here we're back down to 82. And then here we're up to 85, and then we end it at 40 basically. And you can really hear the retard here. Like for sure you can hear that. But this variation, 7 beats a minute in variation, you can hear, it's like you kind of hear it. But it's like, it's not as obvious as you would think it would be with such a huge change in tempo over the course of 4 bars. But that's what it's like. And so it's like, you got to take that into account too. And I see so much online when I'm looking at stuff where it's just like, it's this just static tempo with these pads that are like on the beat perfectly. And I'm like, even if the string sounds sound beautiful, it's like immediately you're like, this isn't real. And so that's my biggest thing about this whole project is like, I'm like, how can you get as close to real as possible? And again, it all goes back to Alex Bell. Alex Bell, dude, he is the Beethoven of digital orchestra programming. Like he has figured it out, and I aspire to try to get toward his level. I don't think I'll ever get to that, but if I can get pretty close to that, that'll be good enough because the stuff that he's doing is absolutely insane. But that's my biggest thing is being able to do tempo mapping well and to get the getting to know, like getting just the experience of listening to a lot of orchestral music, like real recordings, and really hearing, and the other big thing about him, and I've said this a few times and I'll keep saying it because it bears repeating endlessly, is that dynamics and virtual instrument libraries are so easy to overdo. It's like everything is recorded from like very quiet to very loud, and like the default dynamic is almost loud on the libraries, and so it's easy to either leave it that way or to like set it that way and then just forget it. And like that is the other giveaways, because like humans aren't at forte all the time. They're not always doing that. They're usually at like what is it? Is it mezzo piano? Is that like a little bit louder than piano? Is that what mezzo piano is? But they're usually at that, and then like forte is brought out very rarely for a very small amount of time. But it's like you hear these libraries and it's just like cha 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 cha, and like look at this velocity curve. I mean, that's what I'm doing right here. It's like the velocities are very low, like as opposed to, it's there and you could use that, but that's not. I mean, there is a point where you would use that exact thing in that moment for that length of time, for sure. But it's like it shouldn't. Don't think of it as the default. That's the biggest thing I got from Alex Bell. It's like, don't think of that as the default. Like think of it as, generally speaking, real human musicians are like chill. They're chill. They're playing. They're chill. And then it's like, if you really got to bring that stuff out, you can. But like, don't just treat that as the default. That was huge. Tony, what's going on? Can you apply like Perlin noise to the offset of the MIDI? What do you mean Perlin noise? What is that? Alka coming in with the big words again. Man, I am pretty stoked about that. I really want to get this right though. Like this is going to be a big thing. Like that's one of the biggest things that I hear all over the place in the symphonic recordings that I hear is there's constant staccato in the strings. Constant. It's everywhere all the time. And it's like, yeah, legatos are great. You want to make sure that you have good ones and that you can use them well for the moments you need them. But like there is staccato all the time. It's everywhere. It's constant. And so it's like, if you can get the staccato figured out, you're pretty much there. And there's something about this. What are these? These are spiccato serial. Oh, but the first one's not, right? First one's spiccato. So let's try all these in shorts. Okay. Well, all staccato. That's not right. I think it's spiccato. I think when you're playing this fast, it's spiccato. If you're playing a little slower, staccato makes sense. And then if you're playing slower with repeating notes, then spiccato serial. But spiccato, I guess, at this speed is where it's at. I thought it would be spiccato short. But no, that's too hard. That sounds real to me. That sounds real at that speed. Whoops. Can we just loop that for a second? I mean, it sounds weird being looped like that. This stuff sounds weird being looped because when it when it starts the loop, all the offsets are weird. I think there's like internal offsets in the Berlin library. I feel like I read that somewhere in the manual that there's like internal offsets. So if you start right at the beginning of the beat on a loop like that, it's going to sound kind of strange. But that sounds pretty nice. Like, what if we were to turn this into a region? What was it? Shift R? My God, I can't believe it. Let's just loop this a few times. See what happens. That's so funny that my automation items got all screwed up from that. 3 of them worked out, the others not so much. Oh, wow, that's part of... No, it's not. Weird. Yeah, I guess you can hear that round robin there. Now, of course, you wouldn't be doing that because what you would be doing in this situation is... So it's really fast, so... So then here, you go over here and then send it to the 16s. Okay, but it's thinking that it wants to be half speed. Oh, because we're at 38. Get out of here. Oh my God, these tempo... Uh-oh, did I just delete them? Split items. Yeah, nope. That's right here. Oh God, that's amazing. That's so crazy. That sounds so great. Is that really 16ths? The 16 repeats? Yeah, repetition 16ths. That sounds really good. Now, the question is it actually doing doubles? It is doing 16ths because those are 30 seconds. And right now we are at 16ths now. So it's not doing the repeats. So in that case, what you want to do then is you want to get down to where the repeats are and then go into performance. Now, the variation is, I guess if you do that off and then we're at 80, but if you do it to 160, then that'll be what we want. Okay, so they're overlapping because when you let off, they have a little bit of a... I'm wondering if that's something we can change here in the envelope. Okay, we want to loop. That doesn't select time. This does. And then let's lock it. Yeah, that does not sound right. Yeah, so if you want 30 seconds, you're going to have to use actual 30 seconds. It sounds pretty nice to me, though. I'm not hearing something that's making me think that, like, it sounds atrocious. And it's like the fact that it's by itself, completely alone. Okay, yeah, you can hear that there's like a that you can hear is the same. It's the same sample. Yeah, so you can hear that. It's like the round robin has a little bit of a same sample. But if you're messing with like velocity with this, and over time, you know, you're coming down like that. Maybe you start and it's like big, and then yeah, I mean that's like yeah, no problem. Um, why isn't because time selection is locked. There we go. That's pretty good too. That is not. Yeah, spiccato short's almost good, but like it's almost like for attacks it would be good. Spiccato's good, but it like you can hear a little bit of variation in the attack of the sample itself, in the timing. But staccato? Yeah, no, it's spiccato serial. So it's spiccato and spiccato serial are really the two on fast notes like this. I'm pretty happy with this. Spiccato serial's pretty good. Now, the fact remains, though, is it really the best? Is it really the best? Because with Time Machine, there's the possibility of amazingness. Why is... Oh, it's the violas. Yeah, of course it is. Let's see. Violas. Right on. Take it easy, Nikita. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. So on first thought, that's trash. But the magic of Time Machine Let's just get rid of that one. So yeah, I mean, I think that the Berlin one sounds good out of the box, but this one, it's like you're gonna have to finesse with it because it's like you're gonna need attacks to be better. But this is that's way too much. And what's a bummer about this too is with my offset, I already did all these offsets on this. But let's see. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have shift copied because now they'll be pooled. And that means that if I affect one of them, all of them will behave the same. So now if we just move this over just a little bit to catch. And then I feel like the same thing for this, where the first note will be short and the second note will be long. Oh, don't do that. Oh, I didn't do pooled. I keep forgetting. Gotta do pooled. Ah. I think I might be able to grab like all of them and pull them all over at once, but I'm worried like if that would create some kind of weird compounded pool, so I'm not trying it yet, but I'll try that soon enough. What happened there? What? Oh, that was that thing. Hey, who called the ambulance? Oh yeah, I don't have selected. I wonder where that's happening. If that's happening in the... Oh, there is no spiccato short on them. Wow, those are really similar. They're just loud too. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, that's interesting how it falls apart at this slow speed. What's up, Grog? Yeah, like that. You can hear it. It kind of like some of the samples just aren't. And this is the Berlin strings, so. But is it because it's the shorts? Nope. You can hear it right there. Yep, hear it right there too. Now, I guess on this one, you, at this slow speed, you would. At this one, you would want it to be the 16ths, I guess. But yeah, I gotta go back in there and tell it to. I gotta go in there and tell it to. What do I gotta tell it to do? I gotta tell it to do something. To go back onto the beat. Yes. Never mind. You want to be 60. No, that sounds weird. That sounds weird. So then it would instead be. Interesting. Where's Bartok? Ah. It's a dying animal. Ah. Isn't it D? No? Huh. If you made it with this far, you're one of the real ones. Violas. Why aren't we seeing it? Why aren't we seeing it visible? Whoops. Oh, that's right. That was all screwed up. I was in the middle of messing with this and it got all messed up. I'm like, what is so wrong with this thing? It sounded horrid. Alt click. I wonder if that triplet would work at this speed. So if you do that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. That would be this, right? So you do this. Then definitely go to the beginning. And then it's already 16th triplet, so everything should hopefully work. And we are still on the cello. All are selected. Staccato seems to work pretty good, but spiccato also works really good for this. I'm actually really surprised how good that sounds already. It's too high. I mean, it's not, but it's... Wonder if, wonder if, like, can I, can I shift click? No. Can I control click? Yeah. And we'll do that spiccato, I think. I wonder why it's so much quieter than the other one. Benubis TV, what's going on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the jams. What's happening? $160 minimum? That sounds. I mean, I'm surprised that everything's working so well on a single velocity. Yeah, that one seems kind of weird to me, though. Is snapping off. Oh, sweet, we're on squares. That's good. If I just do that, yeah, that is how squares work. We can go ahead and turn off loop for now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you've just got to have the attack on everything. You can't, it's so easy to want to get lazy. And I'm just going to have to figure out a good method to do stuff like this. Like, basically, I'll have to, like, find some actions to, like, add in just these little blips so we can get the attack on this stuff. I'll have to think on it because there might be some really easy ways to do it, some really easy, straightforward ways to do it, as opposed to like obviously drawing it in like this. But this is required. It's going to be required. Yeah, I mean, obviously. It's so obvious that it needs that. So cool though. I mean, I do have to say so myself. I think this sounds pretty good. I think that these libraries are pretty sick, and if you can develop the system and have the patience to be able to use them to their fullest potential, I think that for most people, I think that if they don't know, they won't know. Dig it. Oh, it's because that note itself isn't the spiccato or staccato. So what are these again? Spiccato serial. Spiccato serial. And then it's staccato on the attack? Interesting. So the staccatos sound good on attacks, and then spiccato serials are good for the longer phrases of repetition. I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm totally satisfied. I think that I'll be able to just do whatever. I mean, yeah. This was my biggest concern. This was my biggest concern. I mean, I don't even know what's going to happen yet. But I do know that this was my biggest issue. Was like, are we going to be able to do fast notes? Cuz it's like all over in Beethoven, man. It's just everywhere. It's everywhere. And then it's like I was listening to the Shostakovich last night, and it's like, I mean, of course he has that too because, you know, everybody after Beethoven was affected by him. But it's like then Shostakovich is like has these incredible like string pads and stuff, and like just these incredible textures with the strings. And I'm like, okay, the legato's got that. You can do that with the legatos for sure. But then there's like the second movement of the Fifth Symphony from Beethoven, and it's got these grace notes where it's just they're everywhere and they sound so pretty and they're so difficult to do with virtual instruments. So that's my other main concern. But this is pretty much there. I'm pretty happy with this, I think. I mean, I'll sleep on. I'll see what I think tomorrow. But I mean, I think that the tempo map is maybe the only thing that feels a little weird right now. So where are we seeing tempo? Where are we seeing tempo? The edit cursor isn't with me, so I'm not seeing tempo. Oh, I'm seeing it up there. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's just go like down to 78, and then maybe like up to 82, and then maybe down to like 79, and then maybe down. Let's see, maybe like keep going until like actually maybe speed up a little to like 90, and then right at the end go down to like slow. Let's see what that sounds like. Yeah, let's get some effects on here. Is that viola thing? And I messed with that, didn't I? Yes, I did mess with this. So that, and then... Yeah. So, what is that then? Is that the spiccato? Spiccato. Spiccato. Spiccato? Yeah, no. That's not right. What you want, I think you want... Uh, I guess that is what you want. I guess that is what you want, but there's something wrong with it though. Maybe it's because of those. There it is. Down. Yeah, that's probably better because then they won't take over so much. It's so screechy up there. Loop it. Now, before I did have the violins, I think, an octave up. And these are the violins, so violin ones. That is screechy. So this was the first one we started with tonight. And so now that we're getting a little bit more familiar with how this stuff is sounding, I don't think those... I think that spiccato short is what's going on here. Yeah. And those are super short. So I think probably these are more like staccato? Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely not the shorts. And what are these, dude? Staccato bold? They sound like screech monsters. How did I not hear that earlier? It's okay up there, but this one needs to be like, I don't know. So are we doing spiccato on these now? What is going on there? Sounds like, it almost sounds like there's an edit of something. Oh, God. Or no, spiccato. What is that? Is that spiccato? Yeah, staccato maybe? That's too much, man. Ah, so the volume, because the volume changed. That is an interesting aspect of these recorded libraries too, where the group of musicians is playing it very similarly. So when you do change these articulations, it really changes. But I think if you get the velocities right and all that stuff, it should be fine. But it really does change. Yeah, it's interesting hearing such drastic velocity changes in the context of everything. I wonder if it would sound different. Whoops. Is there something there? No. Yeah, it sounds way better with just straightforward on the dynamics there. Now, can we very quickly maybe just do this and see what this sounds like? This might sound cool. Because it's like I'm noticing that like the whole thing has such a constant vibe of being pretty heavy. Now, I think if we have it at 0, oh, yeah, so that's not going to work. So we need to do this and then right click, set shape to Bezier. Default shape, Bezier. And then set point shape, Bezier. Okay, that's good. Okay. So down like that. Yeah. But definitely more than 0. Same with you. And where's the violas? Yeah, I did mess with that a lot. Maybe just bring this one down a bunch. And this one down a bunch. Then the celli. The celli definitely need to be chill. Yeah. Oh, I forgot how to do this. There's a way to like make everything skew. You can do it in tune track stuff super easy. But I don't know how to do it on this, dude. I guess I could just grab everything here and bring it all down and then just kind of I mean that's fine there. Yeah. That's fine. We'll see what that sounds like. And that isn't dynamic. That's this. That's it. That is dynamic. I mean, I should say. Did I do it to the other? Oh, the violin two's here. Violin one, violin two. Okay, cool. Okay. But the violas are still going crazy. I wonder if maybe we could do like maybe a volume with the violas because they're so insane here in the middle, but they need to be because I don't want to mess with those dynamics. Same thing with the celli. I guess I could do that for them too. Yep, same thing here. Just kind of do this and bring this down like that. Yeah, so it's pretty rough, but it definitely shows the potential of using not only dynamic automation, but also volume automation on this stuff to make it really be super low and then really, really explode. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's obvious in the first half that it's more volume than it is dynamics that are changing, but still, that's pretty neat. Because you can use that real subtly, and then that'll make a big difference. And these guys right here, do that there, and let's bring this up a little bit. And same with the celli. Yeah, the dynamics, that is so perplexing to me how they set up the dynamics of the staccato. What was it called? Staccato boost or something? Martel bold. Where is it? Staccato. Oh, it must be the Martel bold that is then. What is the other one? There is staccato bold, but it must be the. Does staccato bold? God, I'm so glad I set this up so I could actually see what each articulation is. Yeah, I guess it's the Martellabold that is dynamics. It's set up on dynamics, not velocity. That one. Oh yeah, and then that goes down. That's why. That's cool. So I'll just have to get used to that. No problem. No problem. Was estás? Saktir. What's going on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the jams. Your profile pic is very It's so funny because this paper creased when it was printing, or not when it was printing, but when I pulled it down, it kind of creased right through your profile pic. So it's like, it's hard to tell because I can see that there is a profile pic there. But what is it? Oh my God. It's like, oh, I think I see it. Is it the professor from The Simpsons? Is it a character from The Simpsons? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Dynamics and velocity. Whoa, no. I hate how I do that. I have a media item selected, and then when I hit delete when I'm inside, I hope that someday soon Blender, I hope that Reaper will get the Blender behaviors where it's like, it's not just, because right now they do have like focused priority where like depending on what window is focused, it will do things. But what would be really cool is if it was like Blender where whatever window your mouse is over, it would do stuff. That would be super neat. And it might do some functionality like that. I feel like I saw a menu somewhere similar to that. But I didn't see anything that said like, when I'm doing like automation editing, it doesn't do anything to MIDI items or media items or anything, because I don't want that. Like when I have this selected and I like do this to like, if I were to hit delete right now, it's going to delete. See how it deletes up here? And that has to do with the fact that it's the time selection. And that's a setting of mine that I set up in the mouse modifiers to make it do that. So it's one of those things where it's like, it's kind of my fault in a way, because I set my thing up to do the thing with the deal in that way with the deal and stuff. But And I don't think we want that. Cool. All right, and then the chili. Yeah, I kind of did want these to be up a little bit higher. Maybe like that. That's so cool. I mean, that's cool. All right. That's weird. Oh yeah. That's surprising. That soothe helps. Wow, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So now it just comes down. I think I think tonight I think tonight we'll do grace notes, and then tomorrow um runs, or maybe both of those things tonight. Cuz grace notes, I feel like I'll do a few of those. And like what I mean when I say that is like I think it's alt slash, yeah. So it's like it's like just this little passing note, just like little passing notes. It's all over in the I can do it in the winds, no problem. The winds are no problem. But the strings, I think the strings are it's going to be like a staccato strike into like a legato or a long or a sustain or something. And that's just one of those things where it's like it's going to be constant, and I just want to be able to do it in the most efficient, smooth way possible. And I'm not convinced I can do that yet. I think I did one or two in the Euphoria jamming session, the production session last week, and I remember it being kind of a pain to like set up the attacking note and then the second note after that, because you got to space them out perfectly from when each strike is. And it's one of those things where like it seems like it should just be so easy. But maybe with the Berlin stuff, with these amazing staccatos and stuff and spiccatos, it'll be great. Yeah, maybe it'll be good stuff. And maybe we can see if the legatos can do it too. Maybe the legatos can do it. But after the runs, not the runs, but after the grace notes, and then exploring the runs, because I've played with the runs libraries quite a bit. Or what's going on here? There we go. I've played with the runs libraries quite a bit, but I haven't like actually like made anything with them in terms of like trying to get the timings right and the scales right, and actually like layering stuff on top, because hearing them hearing the violins, there's only one patch for the violin and violas. And so we're never going to be able to do unison runs with them because it would sound weirdly like stacked. So that's going to be like thirds and sixths and probably octaves and stuff, which will be fine. But I got to just do some of that and actually try to do like a phrase with all of the string sections, and doing a little bit of runs like that where it's like the sectioned runs connected to each other with the envelopes for the timing changes and stretching them and stuff like that. But after that, I feel like the short notes are good now. We got this figured out with the staccatos, spiccatos. Get the grace notes figured out, get the runs figured out. And then at that point, it'll just be composition. the part that matters. Hopefully that goes great. Hey, anyway, thanks for hanging out tonight. This is a weird one, and I really appreciate you hanging out till now. If you have, no raid tonight. I'm just gonna get off, but yeah, I don't think anything should compel the absence of a stream tonight to do that. So if this was interesting to you and you would like to see the continuation of this before we truly get into like actually diving in for real production, and you want to see the working out of grace notes and runs, then definitely come by tonight. And yeah, I think probably I'll try to attack both those things tonight. And then if all goes well, which it should, it's refining stuff. And I'm going to work off stream before stream today to like figure out some, a couple of those weird little glitchy things. Yeah, the automation lane auto points. I got to figure out some hotkeys or something for that. That was the only real sticky point. And it's continuing to be my sticky point is writing automation for attacking notes in a very efficient, fast way. That's slowing me down. I feel like the MIDI note writing and all that stuff, that's actually not bad. We can do that with step input now, and that'll get better and faster. But the automation lane writing, and maybe figuring out a way that if I'm editing automation items and I have a media item selected and I hit delete, it doesn't delete it. Although I'm supposed to hit the backspace key and not delete. So anyway, that's another thing. It doesn't really matter. It's fine. Hardly any debate at all. I don't blame people for their mistakes, but I do ask that they pay for them. Thanks, Dad. So yeah, and then I don't know. After doing the Euphoria thing, I feel like I feel almost like what's up, Luna? Right on, please, right on. Did I ever say hi to Tex? What's up, Tex? The Euphoria stuff, it's like it was a guideline, and it was good because it was pushing me forward to try to do some stuff. But I feel like maybe doing something like almost using melodies from verses and choruses and bridges of the songs as like themes or like little motifs or something. And like trying to more organically make something that is harmonically interesting and new. Because I feel like I just don't want to get like bogged down in like this is like the structure of like a song, so I'm gonna like kind of reproduce that, but just on orchestral. That was the idea at first, and I thought it would work out, but it's like I just found the more time went into it, I was like, oh, and then I have to do this part or something, and it's like I don't want it to feel like that. I want it to feel more like let's start a piece and let's start a segment, like a phrase, and maybe develop on that phrase, and then just see what happens from there, and like let it go from there, completely open-ended with no requirements or direction. And then when the opportunities arise to insert thematic content from the records as sort of like little quotes or like little nods to like the old stuff, maybe then that'll be fun to do. But rather than like do like 12 productions of like 12 songs that are like really structured based on the songs, I'd rather do something that's maybe each song is longer than like a typical 3 to 4 minutes, but maybe encapsulates more than just one phrase or one main melody from one song, but actually maybe has like different stuff from different songs working off each other as sort of like call and responses or something. I don't know. just keeping it open. I just want to keep it more open than it was already starting to feel a little bit like kind of like closing down on like, well, this is what I'm doing, so I have to stay in this groove kind of a thing, and I don't like that. I want it to be much more open ended and much more free to kind of go where it's going to go. Anyway, I seem perplexed. I'm just tired. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But like at the end of the day, I feel stoked right now. Like I'm so happy because the template is pretty much good to go with a couple little hiccups, and then these libraries are so great, and the fact that even not like using this as a night to just kind of get familiar with them a little bit and to like already have like a 4-bar phrase where it's like, I mean, I'll open this up real quick tomorrow to see like if it still feels like that or if it's like, oh my God, what was I thinking? But it seems like it sounds pretty nice to me in terms of like the actual quality, like the timbral quality of the recordings in terms of, does it sound real? And that's my biggest concern is like, I don't want to make some fake thing. It sounds like just an obvious programmed mess. Although I don't think we're very much at risk of that anyway. But anyway, that's the concern. But I'm stoked. I'm really stoked. This sounds as close as I've ever heard it sounded in actual recording. And I think it really helps to have actually gone through and listened to a bunch of other recordings just to hear what stuff sounds like. Anyway, I'm rambling, so I'm going to take off. But thanks for hanging out. Whatever you're doing today, this afternoon, can't talk. Whatever you're doing today, this afternoon, this evening, whatever it happens to be, wherever you happen to be, always remember to never be afraid. Hey, Ferdian, what's happening? Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the jams. Oh, we're almost to the end of the roll. If you haven't followed, hit that follow button so we can end this roll. We got to get finished with this roll. We're on the red line, but it ain't done yet. Right on. Well, thanks for the follow and thanks for coming by and saying hi. And everybody, thank you very much for coming by tonight. That was pretty awesome. That was a lot of good progress. One more stream of this kind of just working through the details, and then I'm pretty sure that we'll be moving. We'll get moving. Never been here for the end? This is it. This is the end of it all. Yeah, thank you, Blaze, for shouting out the socials. You can check out the socials if you want to check out the GMs. All the songs are on YouTube, Spotify, Bandcamp, all the places. All the places. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun project. I'm looking forward to this. Feeling very optimistic from where I was at the beginning of the stream tonight. It was good times. Oh. Do we have a sub-gift? Care of Belays. Ferdian. You got a sub-gift. Thank you for the sub-gift. Belays coming in with another subscription giftage on the jam. Thank you very much for that. Your ticket is going in the barrel as we speak. Much appreciated. Welcome to Ferdian. That's a lot of sub-gifts. Does this song ever end? We'll never know. I don't think we've ever let it play all the way out. I don't think we've ever heard this song in its entirety on the stream. Oh, right on. Right on. Well, cool. Yeah, Fridays and Saturdays we do the jam kickage. But right now we're on an orchestral kick. And we'll be continuing that tonight. So thank you guys for being here, and I'll see you later. Never be afraid. Bye, buddy. Bye. Bye. I'm not on the right computer, so I can't. There we go. There it is. Okay, I'll see you later.